Welcome back, everyone, to the Epics of Irindal, our little homebrew campaign. Last time, when we left off, our trio of adventurers, Trash, Dazes, and Floof, had accompanied a bronze dragonborn by the name of Parathava, the lieutenant captain or lieutenant commander of the Steel Talons, a segmented group of soldiers here in the capital city of Callista, reporting directly to the ruling family of the city. Essentially a well-trained strike force within the city of Callista, the capital city of the Jamila dynasty. Our trio of adventurers were here to search out another bronze dragonborn by the name of Gamil. And after some time and some searching through the city, finally stumbling upon Para in the casino district, if you will, attempting to drink away her sorrows of recently past events. After a deep conversation with the lieutenant captain, accompanied by a few drinks, she let the group know that Gamil, the former commander of the Steel Talons, had been exiled from the city for failing in his primary duties here within the capital city of Callista. She was also extremely concerned with recent tardiness as well as abandonment of posts by some of her soldiers, and requested that you all accompany her as a means of not only gauging your prowess, but also trying to have a means of bolstering her force in case the worst came to worst, in which it did, as you delve deep into the slums of Callista, the informal fourth plateau known as the Iron Plateau, a massive shanty town on the shadowy side of the Golden Plateau, the ruling location of the city, a beautiful skyscape whose shadow covered the vast majority of the actual population of the city. And after a brief patrol through this area and you becoming more understanding of what is actually going on in this city, that a large population of its residents technically aren't its residents or true citizens, if you will, and are treated as such. But nonetheless, it is a true de facto portion of the city. You came upon, late in the evening, a smuggler's den that had formerly been cleaned out, but you discovered quite quickly that it was still occupied for some reason, much to Parathava's concern. And as you entered the small makeshift masonry building, you found two former members who had abandoned their post from the Steel Talons, a silver and green dragonborn. And after some very obvious poking and prodding and insight, combat ensued. And although these individuals were not overly dangerous by themselves, upon dispatching each of them, a horrifying creature was then released from their skulls. Two four-legged, brain-like creatures had taken hold of their minds, essentially turning them into meat puppets for their strange whims. Thankfully, you were all able to dispatch these creatures as well without them able to take over your bodies as well. But now, Para shows a great deal of concern as you find yourselves just outside this space once more, having explained to you all that these were creatures known as intellect devourers, horrifying creatures thought to be extinct across the continent of Irandal, now here once more, infecting who knows how many within the city. Hera looks to you all. We have no time to waste. We must report this to the Sultan as soon as possible. Would you all mind accompanying me back to the palace?
No, lead the way.
Okay.
Hera, with great haste, escorts you all back through your previous route through the Iron Plateau. This muddy and dirt-covered, grimy, makeshift shantytown back towards the Bronze and Silver Plateaus. Now, as you climb upwards and upwards through the stairs, Hera stepping through and motioning for the guards to allow you all to pass as you spend about an hour, a little over an hour, making your way further higher and higher into the various tiers of the city as the buildings grow more grand and opulent, entering now into the Gold Plateau, atop pure white sandstone bricks and stonework, thousands of years old, and expanded upon by multiple generations of this extended family dynasty. You come upon the bridges leading directly into the Palace of Karen, a magnificent view as you face towards the north, deep into the nightfall, but torchlight scatters across all these bridges, as well as a soft blue light from a number of these magical lanterns that you all recognize as lunarium filled. Their substance contained within glass orbs to stabilize it, giving off a soft, almost reminiscent of moonlight, intermingled between the warm orange and reddish glow of actual fire and oil lanterns. The steps and leadways into the palace itself, although out in the open and exposed to the weather, covered with beautiful ornate rugs and a stark contrast to where you all had just come from, where even a paved road would seem like an opulent difference to what you were walking on not mere hours ago. But I have a nice little visual for you all as you enter into the Golden Plateau. A grand, opulent palace skyscape expanding upon multiple generations of architecture. As you can see, various areas added over the many decades and millennia now, from corner to corner, expanding upon the architecture, the beautifully metal-clad domes extending high into the skyline, almost just scraping the clouds now in the night sky, and torches all along the passageways into the various segments of the palace itself. You see a large number of Dragonborn, but also various individuals wearing very opulent robes, some workers and caretakers within the palace itself, others bearing the crest of the Magisterium Arcanum in various locations, as they move in and out of these respective areas. You notice here more than any other place that you've been thus far, a grand presence by the magistrate. These individuals highly tied to the Jamila dynasty, as it is the primary supplier of various arcane minerals and things across the continent. Particularly the sole supplier of lunarium, the most precious of materials for arcane research, arcane engines, and arcane mechanical devices across the continent of Irindal. As you head down this rug-lined stonework, you can hear into the night the soft playing of lutes and various instruments, what sounds like on certain plateaued areas of the palace, various meetings, tea ceremonies, small gatherings of individuals as they exchange laughter and music and food of all kinds. You can smell here almost as much as you did in the marketplace, the open air scent of food wafting through the air. Again, a stark contrast to the location that you just left, where the predominant smell was decay and earth and just the smell of silt and soil that had not moved for many, many years now, all stacked up. But nonetheless, this contrast continues as you delve deeper and deeper, as Para motions the guards to step aside as she moves with certainty towards one of the major entrances to the primary palisade. Pushing through massive stone doors, there are a pair of guards often between multiple entrances, multiple segmented areas, not only meant to display the opulence of the ruling family, but also to serve as a means of blockading in the case of an assault. You pass through not one, but two, not even three, but four separate doors, all lined in gilded stone. Some of you would recognize, having lived closer to the mountains, various dwarven architectures and scriptures etched into these doors. Here you see not only culture of this region, but many exotic imports from other parts of Irindal, all on display. This almost obsessive need to present to the outside world the abundance of wealth that has been amassed in this one location on the continent by the ruling family. And as you pass through that fourth stone door, nearly 30 feet high, as they separate, you come into a near glass-like polished floor that reflects all light like a mirror upwards in this domed ceiling. Every rounded crest of this ceiling gilded with gold and silver and various precious metals, giving off an almost staggering impression as you enter. I will present to you the throne room of Callista. As you enter in, seeing various arcane lights as well as torches, gilded seats, thrones, velveted chairs of all kinds. This whole location screams of opulence, with the exception of several individuals that now stand in the middle of this large entryway. A beautiful polished oak table that is nearly 12 feet long and about 8 feet wide rests in the middle of the floor, and you see about 4 or 5 individuals, 3 of them dragonborn, one dwarvish man carrying a staff in purple and navy robes, as well as a human man accompanying him. Both of these individuals bearing some mark of the Magisterium Arcanum on their person. But at the end of the table, you can immediately see and feel the presence of one particular individual as Para leads you through but stops short and already begins to take a knee and bow towards this individual at the other end of the table, motioning for you all to follow suit as you see a gold dragonborn, a rotund figure wearing extremely opulent robes over a well-stitched and beautifully made velvet suit, as his white hairs lavish out from their face, but showing a bit of age, but still the grand opulence, as you can even smell at this distance the exotic oils that have been lined across his scales to try to give off this air of still rich royal presence that does quite a bit despite their age and relative poor digest, or poor figure, if you will. This is a rather large individual. Very clearly has let themselves go over the years. And we'll go ahead and present them as you hear Para step down and place her sword down flat in front of her in a very ceremonial method. Her left hand coming down to the small of her back. She bows her head low, her right hand crossed across her sternum, and she looks down for several seconds before looking up again, calling to the individual at the end of the table. My Sultan, I have grave word. I beg of you to hear my call. And this is the individual that you're seeing at the end of the table. Let me go ahead and add this to your journals here. You see as this man, this gold dragonborn, still rather engaged in his conversation with two other dragonborn men closer to him, but then also to the dwarvish mage and his companion. It takes a few moments for him to respond, but eventually he... Erithova, why are you here this evening? This is rather rude. And she bows her head low again. Sultan Gesh, my apologies, but I have grave news I wish to share with you. Please, I beg of you to listen. You see another deep intake of air. Very well. Gentlemen, I believe we have all but finished up what we were discussing here. Master Oberson, I ask that you remain for just a moment. As he turns and you see the dwarvish fellow nod as he kind of steps aside and takes a seat in one of the velvet-covered lounge chairs. And for those of you paying attention, particularly you, Dazes, that name suddenly strikes a chord, a brief memory from your first encounter with the magistrate all the way back in Tierhelm. When you noticed a similar name etched on the registry of the Tierhelm Magistrate Library and Records House. The same name, Oberson.
Okay.
I will hold on one moment here. You see, recognizing that name, you look over and give a quick eye to this individual, a older dwarvish man with a rosy complexion and a mostly reddish beard, separated into three braided segments coming down, but speckled with white throughout, showing a bit of their age and wisdom, but also wearing not overly ornate, but still well-made purple and navy blue robes, several runes marking one of the sashes that hangs over the neck and falling on either side of the chest. And also carrying a staff slightly taller than they are in their right hand, with a suspended gold coin kind of circling slowly between the hooked segment of the staff. And I will go ahead and show you all this individual. You watch as he sits down and waits patiently for the Sultan to call to him. You watch as he pulls out a thin, hand-carved pipe and begins packing it with perceivably what looks like some type of smoking material, as he then ignites a small flame at the tip of one of his fingers and begins puffing patiently at the pipe in his hand. As he looks to you all and then back to the Sultan, listening in closely to what you all have to say. Very well, Pera. Explain to me what brings you with such urgency to this evening.
My liege, myself and these individuals that accompany me, we have encountered creatures that fought extinct from many, many moons prior, far extending upon past your current reign as Sultan in the city, perhaps even further back than your grandfather's grandfathers. Men within my very own company were infected with intellect of ours, sir.
You watch as that name begins to throw up a chord with not only the Sultan, but also this dwarvish man who kind of just gives a subtle, like, raise of the eyebrow, but you look now as the brow of this gold, rotund, dragonborn individual narrows and stares directly like daggers towards Para as she kneels and looks up. Are you certain of this? That is a bold claim. Intellect of ours have not existed in this kingdom in hundreds of years. At this point, Para stands up straight, saluting in a similar manner, her left hand stretched behind the small of her back, and then her fist across her left breast as she stands up straight. These individuals behind me will corroborate my story. I only speak the truth, sir. And she turns and looks to you all. Please, be direct, but I ask that you explain to the Sultan what you've all seen.
I guess I'll just say it is as she says, and I'll bow as try to do it the same way she did.
Go ahead and give me a performance check as you're doing that.
Okay. That's pretty good.
Your quick following of this whole routine does not go to waste as you perform the similar method, not perfectly, but as well as a guest of this city and the guest of this long-standing royal house could ever begin to muster. And as you stand back up, you look as the Golden Dragonborn now stares you directly in the eyes. You are telling me that heinous creatures such as these are within the walls of my city?
I will nod. Yes.
I'm pretty much mirroring whatever Dazes does.
Go ahead and give me a performance check. As you're kneeling down, your foot slips on the polished floor, and you go face first into the hard stone floor.
Okay, I
And-
sit on the ground and rub my face.
You watch as the Sultan kind of buries his brow and between his fingers. These are bold claims. To whom am I speaking with right now? As he stares at you all. What brings you to Callista? To these shores? Why should I believe the words of visitors?
I go by the name of Dazes.
My name's Floof. I'm here to kill who killed my mother.
I'm trash. But I come here on behalf of Lady Catherine Ellenlead.
As you say that name, you look up, and the dwarvish man sitting to the right of you kind of looks at you very closely now. Give me a history check, if you will.
Oh dear. Okay, well, that was a low roll. History. Oh! Oh my, okay. Well, it's a 9 total.
9. It wasn't a super high DC. You don't remember much, but you recall your conversations with Catherine about several of the more elite members of the Magisterium Arcanum, particularly, not often, but her former mentor, her teacher, was now the head of the organization. And it takes you a bit of time to recall this, but you do recall that the individual that she spoke of was of dwarvish descent. You begin to put those two things together, that this individual might be quite high up in the ranking of the Magisterium Arcanum. That's what you recall. Oh, we have a simple traveler, a vengeful, clumsy man, and a strange, slime-like creature, claiming that 100 centuries old creatures now infest my walls. I do believe you, Para, but why bring this to me now? Why do you not just go about your proper duties and furrow out these creatures? Surely you don't insist that this is of a greater magnitude than what it seems. You look as there's a bit of concern across Para's face. You would clock this, Dazes, as well as Floof, with your higher insight, as she gives a bit of legitimate concern come across her face.
My liege, these creatures, they propagate by taking over the minds of the citizens, of the very men sworn to protect you in this kingdom. I ask that you please take this seriously.
Silence! Know your place. Your duty is to this house, this ruling family, Para. That is the oath you swore. What of the task I asked of you not 2 nights prior?
My liege, you mean the tribesmen? You mean the Aarakocra living in the mesas?
Indeed. What of them? What of the men? What of the tribe that slew my son? Have you found his killer? You look now as Para takes a knee and gives a deep, deep bow. A look of heavy concern across her eyes, and if Dragonborn could sweat, she would be sweating bullets.
My liege, I apologize. I have failed you at this point in time. But I ask that you give me time and I will find them.
You have 1 week.
My liege, I will do as you ask. But may I ask, most humbly, were we to have our commanding officer back?
Absolutely not! As you hear a horrible, bellowing shout. To even the mention of repealing a prior commandment from the Sultan. Gamil Gesh will never, as long as I live and breathe my last breath, set foot back in this city ever again. And you are not to leave, lest you find my son's killer, or you leave in chains. Am I clear, Lieutenant Commander? As for you 3 travelers, I commend you for doing this city a great service, ridding horrible creatures such as intellect devourers from the world. But one instance does not a pattern make. Do you have any other business with me this evening?
I have no idea what's going on. Floof's just kind of watching everything happen. Yeah, he doesn't know what to do or say, so I'm staying quiet and just looking around.
Floof, give me an insight check, please.
Okay.
$30-20.
Mm-hmm.
You see on the face of the Sultan, you're not the most adept at gauging political conversations or high-level social exchanges between people, having grown up the majority of your time in the Alenwalt forest. But over the many years you've been on this mortal land, you've come to terms in reading the emotional stability of people and creatures. And you see a mixture of not only anger in this dragonborn man, the Sultan, but you see deep in his eyes a rejectful sorrow, a severe loss that perhaps this individual is not quite thinking clearly in this state and time, having lost something near and dear to them.
I'll offer some words of comfort. I'll say like, or just like, I understand loss of family. My mom died, but you should treat your people with more love than with fear.
Give me a persuasion check.
The fuck?
Oops.
Zeros and 20s.
Oh my.
Who are you? Who are you but a visitor to my kingdom? To recommend what I, the Sultan of this city, hundreds in line to this ruling family. Who are you to suggest what I should do?
I stand up tall and walk up to him, and I say, "Who are you?"
As you do this, you watch as multiple guards step forward carrying scimitars, and you watch as those same shadowy forms spring out like mousetraps, surrounding you in an instant.
I stand still and look.
And as this is going on, Dazes and Trash, what are you doing?
How far forward is Floof from where we're standing?
I would say at this point he might have gotten about 8 to 10 feet from where you were standing. You started this conversation at the end of this large table, which is about 12 foot long, and the Sultan, the Golden Dragonborn, is standing at the other end of the table. Floof would have stepped about maybe 3/4 of the way up this table before being immediately pinned by multiple swords to the throat and the gut. Not necessarily drawing blood, but prepared to basically do so.
Is he like surrounded?
Yes, you see 4 fully armored Dragonborn surrounding, similar in garb to the individuals you fought off in that that had the intellect devourers in their skulls. And you see 4 more of those shadowy forms spring up beside them, similar to the ones that Parathava used, as well as the 2 individuals that you fought off.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just bow again and say, like, pray forgive us, Your Highness.
Give me-
Speaking out of turn or something like that.
Give me a
Yeah,
persuasion.
Can I assist him?
Yeah, of course. You can each roll a persuasion check, or one can do so with advantage.
You want to roll with advantage?
I'm average at it.
My persuasion isn't that much better, but mine's like a okay. But we could both roll.
All right.
I got a 10.
10. As you make efforts to call out to your friend, Trash, you specifically reaching out, and almost you watch as your arm instinctively kind of extends out as you approach your extended what's the word I'm looking for? Amoeboid arm stretches up to grab the shoulder of Floof, as you can see all the blades being drawn up to them, trying to pull him away. You would do well to heed the warnings of your companions, friend. Not assume you know the nature of what I must bear. As a ruler
and a father who lost his son.
I have some internal reflection on this moment because I'm thinking about my actions and how revenge could kind of make you into a, I don't know, blind of what's actually important. But I don't continue approaching him. I maybe let out a breath and kind of back off a little bit.
As
if
you,
the guards will let me.
yeah, as you step back and you watch as Trash and Dazes kind of very quickly try to urge you to step away, you watch as the shadowy forms dissipate and fall back below the feet of the guards, and they step back a few feet to either side of the table, but watch you all with increased vigilance.
Okay. Quick question.
Yep.
Am I allowed to use my wild shape to turn into an intellect devour to show / prove to them that we did indeed see them, then they should take it seriously?
Unfortunately, an intellect devourer is not a beast or is not of a
Okay.
beast. It's I believe it's ooh, I forget what it is. I want to say it's ooh, I forget what it is. Hold on.
Celestial or something?
No, not yet. Exact opposite. It is
Like an aberration.
an
or something?
aberration. That's the word I was looking for.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it's an aberration. Yeah,
Okay.
aberration. Yeah,
Well, then I won't
unfortunately,
be doing that.
unfortunately, wild shape does not permit that. At least not the. I don't think there's a subclass that allows for that. At least not one that is one that I'm aware of and that's available currently.
Fair enough. Worth a shot.
Not to say
Oh,
I
I
wouldn't
did.
allow it given circumstances in the future, but right now I don't feel like it really
Okay.
works.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna err on the original ruling on that one.
Okay.
But not to say there wouldn't be other methods of presenting such a visual representation, but unfortunately, yeah, wild shape would not be one of them currently.
Okay.
As this is going on, you hear a soft chuckle from the corner, and you look over to see the dwarvish man kind of
Wow, that was quite a moment.
as you see him now step down onto the polished floor, and with his pipe still kind of hanging out of the right side of his mouth, puffing away at it, but he kind of approaches.
Your Majesty, I don't mean to object to your statement, but perhaps there is some truth to what they caution against. I beg you, I don't mean to object to your statements, but such creatures are indeed quite dangerous, and were they to take a member of a more powerful group for their host, if you will, then now that could be quite dangerous. Perhaps there is wisdom in spending some amount of resource to investigate this.
Again, you hear the golden dragonborn take a deep breath. And as this exhale, you feel the electrical sparking of the almost the tinging hint of the Dragonborn's breath weapon as they try to relinquish some of that frustration that they just vented moments ago. My resources at the moment, Lord, no, I'm sorry, Lord, Master Oberson, are quite thin. However, the Magisterium Arcanum would like to volunteer their own time. I would not object. Very well. Perhaps we could... make a deal to further incentivize our conversations prior. And you watch as the Golden Dragonborn kind of nods to the Dwarvish man as he steps around the table a bit closer to you all. And stands just to the right of you, Trash, as you all have kind of now stepped almost back to where you had started this conversation. It's getting rather late, everyone. Perhaps we should adjourn this meeting before fatigue and exhaustion gets to us all, and perhaps we can reignite this conversation under more certain of mind. He watches the Sultan nods, but then looks to Parathava. Lieutenant Commander, you are to report to the palace first thing in the morning. No further of your time will be spent on this endeavor. I expect results of your previous orders. Am I clear? You watch as Para gives a deep bow, almost touching her forehead to the floor in that same sort of ceremonial method, before standing up straight in a very swift manner. But you can sense, both you, Dazes, and Floof can sense the tinge of fear in her eyes as you look at her, knowing that the task at hand is not an easy one. Well then, perhaps we should be on our way then. As you feel the tap of this wooden staff, as Hera urges you all to, as she kind of turns and urges you all to perhaps step out of the chamber, and you feel the tap against your back, Floof, of the wooden staff from the short dwarvish man. Where you stand now, he stands about maybe 4 foot tall. He's quite small even for a dwarf.
I'm still a little heated from before, and him tapping with the staff. I want to rip the staff from his hand and tell him, don't do that. Don't touch me.
Oh, no. Hurry on. It doesn't do well to get angry over things that we can't control at the moment. Come along. And he continues to tap you on the back.
Can I take the staff from him?
You can certainly try.
I want to.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand. With an 11, you go to reach out towards the staff, and then all of a sudden, in of smoke, the dwarvish man appears on the other side of you in an almost comical nature, and with his empty hand, gives you a swift smack on the rear. Come along now, come along, child, come on.
Okay. I will be startled by the butt smack. But yeah, I'll follow.
You all are escorted now out by not only the dwarvish man that you all have now know as Master Oberson of the Magisterium Arcanum, but a pair of armed guards to see you off the premises. And about midway, Para steps up to you all before swiftly adjourning on a separate path to another part of the palace grounds. You're walked to a different exit, or a different location than where you entered, walking through a beautifully maintained garden with these gilded pots carrying with large tropical fauna or flora of all kinds, large palm trees extending nearly 30 feet in the air, huge vases in these gilded pots, being watered by large staff, even now in the middle of the night. Perhaps more critical now when the sun is down and that water isn't immediately allowed to evaporate in the intense heat of midday. And she walks over to you all.
I apologize. If you all have time in the morning, before I have to resume my duties, I would like to offer my apologies, and pay for your stay at one of the premier inns in the city. So please, in the morning, meet me where we met before the patrol this evening, in the market square.
And right after that, she kind of veers off to the right and proceeds to another part of the palace grounds. And then at this moment, while this is going on the other side, Trash, you hear the soft chuckle of the dwarvish man.
Well, to see and begin to meet Lady Catherine's one and only pupil. Ah, this is indeed a wonderful, wonderful evening. But my apologies. My name is Master Darius Oberson. I am the Master Arcanist of the Magisterium Arcanum.
And now, hearing that, your initial assumptions, Trash, recalling your conversations with Catherine, have now kind of filling in the blanks that this is indeed not only a high-ranking member of the Magistrate, but the highest member of the Magistrate. The Master Arcanist of the Magisterium Arcanum. You've never met this individual in person until today, but you've heard tell of the impressive prowess of the Master Arcanist, and many of the marvels that you know of today as far as transportation across the continent, many of the teleportation spheres that you had traveled with Catherine occasionally were all set in place due to his research.
I guess I'll just say, like, I am humbled to be in the presence of someone such as yourself, you do us a great honor.
Oh, posh. Posh in circumstance. I'm just another man. Quite frankly, I'm not one for all this pomp and circumstance and ceremonies. That's for others to deal with. I'm not much of a political man. I prefer my books and my research.
I want to reach for his staff again.
You can certainly try. Go ahead. Give me another sleight of hand.
Damn it.
The 12. You go to reach for it again, and this time, you watch as he lets go of the staff. He doesn't even look in your direction, as he's having this conversation with, Trash, and the staff stays roughly where it's at as he releases his grip around it, and give me one moment here. Does a 22 hit?
Yeah.
Okay. You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage as the staff swings around and smacks you on the forehead. And then
Ow!
returns to his hand. And he continues walking and looking at Trash.
I squint my eyes at him and the staff.
Oh no. You shouldn't take what isn't theirs. Come along.
As he motions you all down the I just had a brain fart. The staircase down from the golden plateau down to the silver plateau, and you can tell now as you get further down these stairs, he's directing you towards the primary tower that you saw in the distance up until now, but are heading towards the large tower jetting up in the middle of the silver plateau of the Magisterium Arcanum. It is a beautiful marble and onyx, almost like the exterior. You can tell this is those same materials as some of the other towers, this mixture of pure white and pitch black stone, but almost like liquid. You see the mixture of these stones slowly moving up and around the tower in various patterns, almost like an organic matter wrapping up in similar fashion to the strange arcane architecture of some of the other buildings that you've seen thus far. This one is that in spades, as it is both mesmerizing and almost alien in its architecture and the way that it moves, especially amongst all this other very classical or very regional architecture. It stands out like a sore thumb among them, but yet in a very beautiful way, in a very strange and alien manner. It's for those who have never seen it before, it is a fantastic piece of arcane architecture that is well known across the continent as being one of the greatest achievements of the magistrate in many centuries. And as you walk towards this location, you can see that the whole kind of campus around the main tower is this beautiful open garden with various stone benches and fountains, very much made for large groups to gather and discuss and speak upon various topics of the world. You see one of the areas surrounding one of the fountains is recessed into the ground and is surrounded by this natural-looking stone, this flagstone that sits in a perfect sphere around on various levels, almost like an auditorium, an outdoor auditorium for speakers to project down from the center. And you can hear there's a small group down at the bottom, and even though it's quite deep, it's probably 25 foot deep from the outer edge of the sphere down to the base of the speaker's podium, you can almost hear the individuals down at the bottom almost perfectly. The acoustics are magnificent as you get to the outer ring, but the further you step away from that outer ring, it's almost like there's no one there. It's a strange sensation, a mixture of natural architecture as well as a bit of arcane manipulation to allow for the sound to be contained within this conical, spherical auditorium space, but not be projected so far out that it disturbs those not wanting to hear or be disturbed in their own conversations.
Well. This has been quite a night. It's been quite a pleasure to meet you in the flesh, Crash. Lady Catherine has spoken quite highly of you. And I've been curious to some point meet you. I've heard you've been quite a boon to her research as well as assisting her with some of her various missions across the continent.
Oh, I don't do much. I just, help out because she's so busy and she doesn't have time to go do these things, but just trivial stuff.
Well, what you consider busy work is of vital importance, mind you. And I know Catherine appreciates it as well. The magistrate, as you know, is not only here for researching the various mysteries of this world, but to share such mysteries of the world with all those around us, and to use our gifts to help the world. And I can say with relative certainty that you have a bright future in that world.
If slime could blush.
But, enough, to get to the point. I am quite concerned about what you brought up this evening. Intellect of ours are awful little creatures. Awful nasty little things. I've personally never encountered one in the wild, but I've heard horrible things of ancient tales of what the Grand Lithid Empire used to use such creatures for. And to know that they are still in existence sends a shiver down my spine. For one of them to infiltrate into the right host, if you will, could mean disastrous effects for the world. Such, I need to do a bit more research, but I ask that if you are to encounter any more of these creatures in the wild, please do your best to try to capture one of them. To have a live specimen would be a huge boon to understanding how to stop their spread.
Would you happen to know a safe way in which we could do that?
Well, intellect owls are quite proficient in, despite their meager constitution and stature, they are quite proficient in attacking our most vulnerable place.
And you watch as he taps the edge of his temple.
The mind is, even among the most intelligent, is still breakable. Still easy to infiltrate at times. Especially if you're not expecting it.
Go ahead.
I was gonna, how can you tell if someone's been devoured?
Well, from what I've studied, and this is conjecture, mind you, one must know a person quite well as the intellect devourer has access to all its host's prior memories. A dangerous skill, this one. But what it has in raw intellectual ability, it severely lacks in emotional understanding. Does that make sense?
I nod.
They are, from what I heard, not the most feeling, if you will. I know this is a very nebulous concept, but it's the only known means of ferreting out an intellect devourer that has taken a host. If you do manage to find one outside of its host, or even if you can capture the host and bring them back, that may be a method, or to contain the creature within a perfectly confined, opaque cell of some sort. It cannot be allowed to see or interact with any sort of certainty, if you will. The moment it can interact is the moment it can attack.
Scary.
Quite. But I will do my best to expand upon this research in the future, and I will get in contact with Catherine to perhaps pool our resources, and perhaps we can find if any more of these creatures are looming about in this city, or, God forbid, across the entire continent. There's no telling what kind of chaos they could wreak across this world if they were to expand or reproduce. But It has been a long evening. I suggest you all take your leave and get some rest. I believe you have an engagement with the Lieutenant Commander in the morning. Am I right?
Yes.
It is as you say.
Quite. It was a pleasure to meet you all.
You watch as he, at this point, you're kind of like right at the entrances to the tower, and from this distance, you don't see any visible doors into the tower. It is a completely smooth, octagonal foundation with a handful of gilded buttresses that go up about 20 or 30 feet as the tower appears to become more slender as it goes up. But there, as you look around, you see no visible entrances. It is a sheer wall of slowly mixing marble and onyx. But you watch as he taps the end of his walking staff against the ground, and that same sort of faint blue light begins to break in the shape of a door on the outside of this this sheer face of one of the octagonal sides of this tower. And you watch as a pair of double doors about 20 foot tall begin to slowly across the ground and open up. And you barely catch this dimly illuminated atrium space inside the other side of the tower before...
I wish you all the best, friends. It was a pleasure meeting you.
As he walks in, and you kind of see the light around him as he passes through the point where the entrance would be, and it's almost like the rippling effect of a stone falling into water as the light kind of bends in that sort of area where he enters, like someone dropped a pebble into a perfectly still lake. And then the stone doors again begin to back into the center, again giving that perfect seal as if there was no door there to begin with. But at this point in time, it is early morning, but still quite dark out. Is there anything else you all would like to do, or are you looking to take your rest for the evening?
It's early morning, like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. kind of?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like it is still pitch black out. It is the middle of night, but it is like early. It is after midnight. Is a better explanation.
Well, unless y'all want to go back to the casino.
Nope.
I'll let out a big old yawn and say I'm tired.
Alright. Time to head in.
Right. Where would you all like to head for the evening? Are you going to head back to the inn that you previously took your stay at, or is there someplace else you would like to look for within the city?
I mean, I'll sleep on the floor right here, so you guys should probably make that call.
I mean, I guess we could just go back to where we were already.
Yeah.
Okay. You all head back to the Bronze Plateau, back to the... Goodness, I can't remember the name of the inn. Bad Bad GM doesn't remember his own notes. Let's see. It had a name. Same inn that you all went to last time. We'll just go with that until I remember it.
Wait, the aquamarine candle? Oh, wait, no, that's the candle. Or the
That's the-
casino.
That's the casino. I'm sorry. The
Did I write it down? Shit.
Is it the Oxen Fair?
the Oxen Fair. Thank you.
Nice.
I had to
Look at
find my
me.
notes.
I got a little notebook.
The Oxen Fair. Yeah, you head back to the Oxen Fair. The behind the counter, you see the same warm smile of the Dragonborn proprietor. Look at you all.
Oh, hi, you've returned for another night?
You have.
Excellent, excellent. We're quite booked up, but I think we might have one room remaining, if you don't mind sharing.
Fine by me.
Right then, it'll be 3 gold for the evening.
1 gold each.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. She takes the 3 coins from you all and hands you a similarly sized key to the one previously.
If you head up to the hall, it'll be just to the door on the left. Second door on the left. Right there, dearies. Appreciate the return business, and I hope you have a pleasant sleep.
Thank you, Mrs. Doubtfire.
I didn't even make that connection.
That's what it sounded like to me.
Anyway,
It was the dearies, I think. I feel like they said she says
Yeah.
that all the time.
you all head upstairs to the a bit cramped but warm and cozy, where a pair of beds is there for you all. But the Dragonborn brings up another smaller temporary cot to add in addition to your room not too long after you all are beginning to settle in for the evening. That way you have at least one more raised bed to sleep on in this small room. But at this time, you guys can take your long rest in not Roll20, D&D Beyond.
Beyond.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Man, I am just batting 1,000 for brain farts today.
You forgot Staircase and D&D Beyond.
Yep. Yep, this is what happens. You'll know why later.
Let the record show I snored the whole night very loudly.
Yeah, you all.
Record show I probably lost sleep because of your snoring.
You don't get max HP sleeping in the same room as me.
I tried to close off my ear holes.
Despite Floof's aggressive snoring, you all are able to take your rest for the evening. Waking up a bit later than originally intended, but still in the morning. Getting enough sleep to recover your hit points and your various spells and abilities. As you are woken to the soft morning light as it crests over the high towers of the Gold Plateau, flashing off the gilded rooftops of the palace down below onto the rest of the city in that direction. The day is yours. You have an early meeting with Parathava, who asked for one final bit of your time, but you do have a little bit of time to perhaps grab a meal and maybe run a quick errand before this meeting. What would you all like to do?
I'm hungry.
We can eat.
You can eat.
All right. What would you all? There is the remains of a bit of breakfast fare here at the Oxen Fair, or you can all try to venture out into the city and try to find food. What would you like to do?
I don't know. Maybe I get or can I see if I could maybe get a whiff of some good meat?
Yeah, sure. Give me a perception check with advantage.
Oh, I forgot the advantage part. Let me just.
You can just roll again.
2 shitty rolls.
With a 12, there is a lot of conflicting scents in this area, but finding, cured or cooked meats or spiced meats in this neck of the world is not an overly difficult thing. As you step out into the morning air of the city, you smell, initially, as you get closer to some of the more heavily populated market squares and various side streets lined with stalls of all kinds, you get the strong scent of a very, very pungent, spiced, cured meat. And as you turn the corner, you see these large rotisseries with these whole animals on them. They're quite strange looking because they have the initial appearance of roughly what similar to a goat almost, except these creatures have 6 legs. And you watch as one of the stall owners begins sawing off one of the cooked legs whole, beginning to slice it, and you see as just as he's beginning to cut around the joint and pull the leg free of this spinning animal on the spit, you can almost hear the thick crackling of the crispy spiced dried skin, in stark contrast to the very juice-filled meat beginning to pour out from the end of this, essentially what is ye olde turkey leg.
All right. I want to grab Dazes and Trash. I'm drooling, and I want to drag them over to that stall for food. And I'll point at the spinning carcass of delicious meat and tell the shop owner I want that.
Of course, sir. Come. Is very fresh. Is a local delicacy. We caught this in the wilds of the mesas not but 2 nights ago. He carves off a thin piece for you from the essentially the haunch that he just separated off, and presents it to you on the end of the blade as a sort of trial piece, if you will.
I taste it.
It is heavy in spices. It is a mixture of tarragon and various curry-like ingredients, heavily peppered with a finish of sweetness from some sort of glaze that they applied to the skin. But you take that initial bite and you get that hard crunch of that heavily dried skin, like that was heavily salted. But then you get that extremely savory and juicy explosion of freshly rotisseried meat. Not unlike far beyond anything that you may have had in the Alamalt Forest previously. This is a similar to like a wild game meat, but all that gaminess has been completely smothered by this huge symphony of spices that was applied to this animal.
I point at it again and say, "Give me that."
Very well. And he begins to carve off pieces, as well as you watch as a human woman is right next to him, beginning to stack up and spread what looks like this creamy butter-like substance over the top of flatbread that they have on this big flat iron skillet, and then presents that. She takes this large, get the term for it, like a crescent knife. Like it's this double-handed, large, like big, like almost the thing they used to cut pizzas with. That's like you roll it across the half moon crescent shape, and it cuts through these large pieces of bread like a hot knife through, ice. Essentially, it's just like cuts right through it as she rocks it back and forth, doing it almost effortlessly, and presents you a stack of 3 or 4 of these quartered pieces, along with a paper, like a parchment filled with this cooked seasoned meat.
I stop them and say, "No more sample. I want that." And I point at the.
That's the one they present to you.
I want the whole spinning piece of meat.
You want the whole beast, friend?
Yes.
I'm sure it's it will be about for the whole thing about 15 gold.
I reach into my pocket and pull out 15 gold pieces.
He looks at you with wide eyes.
All right.
And he reaches up and begins the process of removing the skewer from this cooked whole beast. There's probably about 35 pounds of meat on this creature. After it's been fully cooked. So for your 15 gold, he begins to hack it up into various more manageable portions. It takes about 10 or 15 minutes to do so, but he then begins to wrap all the various pieces into more manageable, and the human woman beside him begins to assist in basically putting them into little like individual doggy bags or like individual portion segments, and begin twining them up so they don't fall apart.
All right, I grab them all with both my arms, and then I give Floof and Dazes both 10 sandwiches or whatever.
Okay.
Okay.
You all have approximately, I mean, they're not meant to last a significant amount of time, but you have rations for probably 3 days worth without refrigeration before they go bad. But I mean, you've easily got enough food for every meal of the day for 3 days.
All right, I'm good. I'm eating
meat for a while.
sandwiches.
Well, since
And
we're
I
at it,
turn to
I'll
them and say, "Now what?"
I mean, unless anyone has any other plans, I suppose we can go meet.
Parathava.
Parathava, yeah.
I'm eating sandwiches, but I'm following you guys.
Satisfied with just sandwiches, okay.
You all head back towards the main market square, accompanied by your companion, who is nearly as. In fact, give me Floof, give me a Constitution check as you eat these huge amount of food. With a 14, yeah, you are just piling it in, and then Dazes and Trash, you're watching this just as you're making your way to your destination, just partially disturbed yet extremely impressed. Like, how in the... Like, volumetrically, how does it... There is no way. Like, there's this much massive food in this... Anyway, moving on. This is kind of the internal monologue as you're walking through watching this go down. Consuming approximately a reasonable amount for the two of you in the process. As Floof has essentially consumed about 4 to 5 times that by the time you reach your destination.
Do I notice Floof's stomach getting bigger?
There's quite a food baby going on right now. Yeah, after about a 30-minute walk, while eating this copious amount of food, you do reach the market, the large primary market square, where vendors and stalls have already begun to set up, if not were fully set up over an hour ago, begin to sell their various wares, goods, foodstuffs, things of all natures. Not quite as many street performers as in the evenings. In fact, very few at all. But you see the various stalls that you were accustomed to previously, in addition to a armor-clad female bronze dragonborn, Parathava, sitting just beside the fountain, kind of scanning the square before her eyes lock on the three of you, waving and motioning for you all to come sit beside her as she is also having a bite to eat this morning.
I'll hand her a sandwich.
Oh,
I appreciate you doing that.
I'm quite all right, but I do appreciate the gesture. Perhaps you just hold on to it for now. I don't believe I could eat that much.
I shrug and put it back in my stack.
My apologies for the way you all were greeted by our Sultan last evening. It's, he's been under a lot of strain since the death of his son. But that still doesn't excuse the dismissive nature. Especially under such circumstances, but fortunately my hands are tied. I would ask that... Well, I'll get to the point. I need you to find Gamil. And I believe that was already your intent from the start.
It was.
He knows more than anyone about what's going on. I fear that something much more dangerous is afoot. There's no doubt in my mind the death of the heir to the throne, the reappearance of intellect of ours, the sudden insurgency of tribes to the east. This is far more than coincidence. Something is definitely wrong here. But I cannot leave the city, lest I incur the wrath of the Sultan. But that doesn't mean I can't ask you all to find Gamil. And as she says this, she reaches into her pouch. She pulls out these about 3-inch by 2-inch parchment tickets. And hands them to you all. 3 of them.
And on the front, in sort of ruby-colored lettering, you see the name The Railaway Tavern.
Sorry, what was that?
The Railaway Tavern.
Okay. On the northeast corner of just outside the city, there's a tavern that I'd like you to visit. You'll understand once you arrive. But just so you know, last I heard, Gamil was in the city of Tafar, which is on the far northern edge of the dynasty. To travel there by horseback or by foot would be several days, nearly a week's travel. And a dangerous travel at that. In addition, the Sultan has shut down a lot of the guarded trade routes in and out of Callista. Only those deemed necessary are allowed to move, as he seems to think that this is the means the insurgents are using to engage with our various caravan lines. The only ones allowed to move to and from are those dealing directly with the Sultan. The one exception being the tavern I suggested. Go there and you'll understand.
This will help us get passage to make our way towards Tafar?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
I don't want to say too much more lest I be misinterpreted as providing you a means of circumventing our city guard's efforts. You do understand, of course.
Yes, yes.
So I ask that you visit the tavern, and you'll understand once you arrive. Please find Camille. I'm certain he knows more than anything we know here.
On one condition. And I hand her a sandwich.
Okay. And what is this?
I suppose we can just call it an even trade.
Well, those passes to the tavern are worth about 50 gold apiece. But I do appreciate the gesture. We'll if you find Camille, we'll call it even. Thank you for doing all that you have thus far. I wish you the best of luck. Hopefully, His Majesty will understand. We'll allow our commander to return at some point. But I know Gamil will have already been trying to ferret the truth from this whole ordeal. What happened to him and the late prince was... something's not right about it. I don't believe insurgents would do such a thing. Something's not right. I wish you the best, friends. And she stands up, gives you a
proud salute, taking the sandwich from you, Dazes. And before giving you a final nod and returning towards the palace. At this point, what would you all like to do?
Well, guess we could go straight to the tavern.
We could, yeah.
Okay. Followed by directed by the sort of vague instructions from Hera, you head towards your destination on the far side of the city. It takes about an hour to an hour and a half through the busy morning market clutter of people trying to move large quantities of goods and various traffic to the edge, but we'll say about almost midday, you reach the outer edge of the Bronze Plateau. Heading out, you begin to see a higher presence of various guards in this area, grouped in groups of 2 or 3, patrolling around the outer perimeter of the city. There are no true man-made walls around the city of Callista, but there is a commanding military presence that diminishes any need really for walls in the traditional sense, as the prowess of a lot of these soldiers is well renowned, and diminishes any thought of invasion from these areas. And really the only standing army that most people are aware of that would even come close to the prowess of some of these soldiers here in the Jamila dynasty would be those being directly trained in the Landscale Alliance, and the likelihood of those two going to war with one another would be almost unheard of due to the political impact and the rippling effect it would have across the continent. With that being said, you head to the location specified by Para, as well as kind of asking about well, in fact, give me either an investigation or a perception check. Any one of you can make the check.
I'll do it. I got pretty good advantage of perception.
8.
The 10. You get lost moving around some of these areas now that you're outside of the city. It is quite a hodgepodge of different peoples, the soldiers. You try asking questions, but your strange group gets more often than not the side eye from various individuals surrounding this area, as if, why are these strangers from another land or another region even talking to me? There's a lot more suspicion in this part of the city, as it is not the usual touristy areas, if you will. As well as a lot of the guards, when you try to approach and ask questions, simply shoo you away and point you back towards the heart of the city as you're looking for the location of the tavern. But if you'd like to make one more check, this will kind of determine what time frame when you arrive.
When you guys to go for it.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Nope. Just as bad.
With an 11, you have a similar amount of difficulty. You're getting that same kind of cold shoulder as to why
tourists? What are they doing here? Get back to the city. It is not safe further into the desert. Mesas are not part of our lands.
But you kind of circumvent these. You do begin to see the pattern of their routines, and you're able to avoid some of the guard patrols and move in your intended direction. But it does take you a bit more time than you realize, as it probably takes you an extra 2 or 3 hours of searching and asking before you finally find an individual with a strange garb about them. Unlike anything that you see, whereas most of the individuals in this area are wearing loose robes to allow for air flowing through them to keep cool in this hot desert environment, in this tropical environment. This individual is wearing a petticoat black suit, a form-fitting, well-tailored suit, wearing white linen gloves and a button shirt all the way to the neck, basically dressed to the nines, and walks in a very intentional and upright manner. This individual is a half-elf that you come across, heading in a very determined direction, and you spot this as odd, Dazes, as you walk. You kind of think perhaps maybe this individual might know something.
I guess I call out to them. Excuse me. I guess I'll run up, walk up to them as well.
Can I help you, sir?
Yes. Might you know where we can find, was it the Ruby? I control the ticket as well as the name.
The Railway
Railway.
Tavern.
Railway Tavern. Yes.
Oh! You're patrons of the Railway! Welcome, welcome. I am its main proprietor. Its conductor. I'm heading there now. We're not quite on schedule. We had a bit of a hiccup, but the tavern will be here shortly. But come along, come along. And as you're following along, you see this man has a very fine, postured stance. Again, wearing a very well-tailored black suit with the long-running tassels going well below the waist, down on either side of their hips, wearing a finely pressed white linen shirt below the jacket. And part of you is wondering, like, how is this person even not having a heat stroke right now as they're walking through wearing white linen gloves, their hair slicked back and well parted. They have a finely trimmed mustache and no other facial hair. Very well kept individual as they walk through, and they guide you through the streets. Are you travelers to this land?
Yes, we arrived, was it a couple days ago?
Smashing! Might I ask where you're from?
I guess Tierhelm, the general area.
Oh, coming from Tierhelm. Wow, that's quite a distance. But, I always like to ask. I am just to share a bit about myself. My name is, Tarmo Warberry, at your service. And...
Oh, well, I introduced myself. Also.
Pleasure, Dazes. Trash and Floof, is what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Smashing.
Well, I always like to ask first time meeting new guests of the tavern. I'm quite the connoisseur of various languages, and it is one of my personal goals in life to at least learn how to say thank you and welcome in every language I possibly can. Might I ask what, do any of you speak any, unique languages? It's a personal hobby of mine.
Just Dwarvish.
Yes, and you hear him say a line to you in Dwarvish dialect, akin to, welcome friend, and may your travels be swift and your iron always hot. Which is a very Dwarvish greeting and sort of salutation, if you will.
I'll greet or say hello in Giant.
He responds back to you saying, not quite as eloquently as the response in Dwarvish was, but saying it's in Giant, it's a pleasure to meet you. And you hear the language versus Dwarvish, which is a bit erring more on the constructive, grammatical, very rules-oriented language versus Giant, which is far more of a tonal language. Kind of like the difference between hearing like Latin or German or English versus hearing like Mandarin Chinese, where the various tones can have a profound influence in the words. Giant sort of is the same way.
Okay.
And you, sir, you speak any strange languages? I'd love to know.
About what time of day is it right now?
At this point, it is late afternoon. You can see the sun is about 3/4 in the horizon. Maybe in about 2-3 hours, it's going to be evening.
Okay. So I'll say good afternoon to you, sir, in deep speech.
Oh my! I don't know that one. What is it? What is it? Please, I must know.
It is known as deep speech.
Deep speech. Well, would you mind telling me how to say hello and welcome?
Yep.
he does his best to try to mimic your, and you have to correct him a couple times, but within the third try, he's all but got it.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to learn new languages. I love being able to speak and greet everyone with a warm smile as they enter the tavern. It is a personal goal of mine in life.
And at this point, after you've had this long conversation, getting to know Tarmo, you come upon this large tent structure, this makeshift tent structure. It is not. It is basically just several wood posts stamped into the ground with this fabric tent stretched taut. And below the tent, you see a number of individuals standing and waiting upon a raised platform on either side. And in the center of this platform are two parallel steel strips of metal extending from your position here at the end of these platforms all the way into the horizon and past where your line of sight ends, continuing on into the horizon, heading due north.
Well, tavern should be arriving here shortly. Welcome, folks, and again, I am so excited to meet you.
You see, as he kind of guides you up onto the platform, there's about maybe a dozen individuals waiting here, all of them carrying various tickets similar to the ones given to you by Parathava. And from here, you all are waiting below this outstretched tent in this shaded area. It is quite a bit cooler, but it is still very hot out today. And after almost an hour of waiting and waiting, you're beginning to get questioning, like, what in the world? And you just watch as Tarmo is standing at the edge of this platform, as certain as he was the moment you met him, with this almost stoic-like certainty and that same sort of enthusiasm that he had. And it is almost strange to watch as he stands there and waits. But
can I like take a look at the platform?
Sure.
Just to see if there's anything like, or if it's like normal steel, or if it's like something up with it.
The platform itself, or the steel between the steel rails between.
Yeah, like the steel that's extending past the horizon.
Sure. Is there something in particular you're looking for?
I guess anything, if there's anything magical about it, although I'm not really great at detecting like magic, so.
Yeah, are you proficient in Arcana?
No.
Yeah, it just looks like steel rails fastened down to either the earth or runners of wood intermittently every 30 or 40 feet.
Okay.
To kind of raise it up out of the ground.
Yeah.
But as you wait there, and just before you're at the point where you're extremely questioning of what's going on, you hear off in the distance a loud, almost blistering horn come over the horizon, and you see just on the edge of the horizon plumes of grayish silver and black smoke begin to come up. And this smoke is growing larger, heading directly towards you all. And you look over as you hear that horn a second time, and you look as Tarmo raises his hand above his eyes to shield from the sun as he stares out into that distance, looking directly at that point. Before turning to everyone on the platform. Guests of the Railway Tavern, please gather at the deck. Boarding will begin momentarily. And it takes about 5 or 10 more minutes, but in the distance now, without question, you begin to see what Parathava meant by, you'll understand once you reach the tavern. Tavern's a bit of a loose word, as you see this steel construct-like engine of Arcanum and engineering barreling towards your platform at high speed in the horizon, coming towards you, and this is what you see. As the outline at the center of this arcane engine is a face stamped into the steel and polished to a lustrous shine of a lion's face and mane extending out, almost like the pipes are part of the mane. And you see these thick stacks of silverish blue and gray smoke coming out of a pair of stacks at the head of this engineering marvel. And you hear it rumbling, and you begin to feel the vibration as this arcane engine drags a number of carts along that steel track towards you all. Gather up, everyone! The Railway Tavern will board momentarily. Have your tickets ready! And the engine begins to slow as it heads towards the edge of the track. And you notice that as it gets closer, a portion of the track begins to slowly raise off of the ground just as the engine and the carts clear that portion, and it raises and turns mid-air as it slows, doing a complete 180 as the far back portion of the whole apparatus backs into the station, this long platform that you all are on, covered by this covered tent space. You notice a number of various cars stitched together behind this arcane engine. I will show you just a brief glimpse of what this kind of layout of this what you all are looking at now of the Railway Tavern. The various carts and the engine itself. As you hear it as a huge plume of steam and smoke billow out from the arcane engine at the front of the tavern. Or should I say, the locomotive arcane engine. For the Railway Tavern is not simply a tavern in the traditional sense, but also a means of transit from one end of the dynasty to the other, making multiple stops along the way to drop off passengers and pick up more along the way. And once the whole railway tavern is in place, you watch as various platforms begin to descend from the several of the front cars as a number of individuals step out, the various conductor staff, as Tarmo begins to kind of sort individuals based on the writing upon their tickets that you were given. You all have ones that have, you see on the front in ruby lettering, differentiating you from several of the other cars. You see a handful, you see mostly that same ruby lettering, and then you see a handful that have a sapphire color, you see some that have an emerald color, and then very occasionally you see a number of passengers and tavern goers that are very well-to-do, have theirs lined in this sort of gilded mithril lettering, kind of indicating more of the higher-end coaches, if you will. But as you all are kind of sorted into your various locations, you come to the line for the Ruby coach, where you all will be staying here at the tavern and in the railway.
I'm sure my face is pure shock and awe at this huge moving steel machine vehicle.
I unintentionally mimic that reaction.
Would I have come across something like this in just the various books that I would have read?
Give me a history check.
Oh God. That was a 1.
Yeah, you have although you're quite proficient in arcane implements and things like that, this is something that is like way beyond your understanding, way more complicated, beyond what the simple arcane engineering that you're familiar with.
So I will look the same as them.
But as you all approach the car, the entrance to the Ruby coach, you feel. Let's see. Hold on one sec. Can I get somebody to roll me a D3? Just /R 1D3.
Sure.
Floof, you feel a small hand tug at your hide armor down about your waist, but kind of tugging from well below that. A small greenish yellow hand, and as you look down, you see a small feminine goblinoid woman in a navy blue skirt and blouse, wearing a conductor's hat, reaching up to you with her hand wordlessly. The other hand holding what looks like some sort of stamping device.
I hand her a sandwich.
She looks up at you and looks at the sandwich you hand to her. And you notice in the other hand, the one that doesn't have the stamping device, she cracks her knuckles, and at the end of it, you see this beautifully made set of brass knuckles that she shows you in a very stern manner before opening her hand back up and presenting her hand up to you empty one last time.
I hand her 2 more sandwiches.
That's funny. Do either of us notice this happening?
Yes, you would notice this, Dazes. And you see with your passive insight the frustration on the little goblinoid's face, and I actually have artwork for them.
That's funny. Have we noticed like the people getting on the tavern, like what they're doing, like?
Yes, you notice some of the other various the conductor. You see Tarmo Warbury at the front, speaking with a bright red-headed human man that just climbed down, covered in black soot from the engineer's car, the front arcane engine, and the corresponding engineer's car, climbing down and wiping off his brow and face, speaking with him. But the various individuals at each one of the cars, dressed in the same fashion as the little goblinoid woman beside you, have those same sort of punching devices, and they are taking the tickets from the passengers and punching those tickets before they are allowed to enter.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just walk over and hand her my ticket.
Okay. She looks at you with a bit more reasonable face as her grasp around her hand that was clenching up and cracking her knuckles now loosens as she takes the ticket from you, looking up at you, Floof, as she punches the ticket, waving it at you before waving the Dazes' ticket before handing it back to you, Dazes, as sort of an example.
I realize what's happening and fumble around for my ticket and hand it to her.
Okay.
And I drop a sandwich on the ground.
No, not the sandwich.
You hear a soft, annoyed grunt, but they take the ticket and stamp it the same and hand it back to you, ignoring the sandwich for the time being, kind of pushing it aside so it doesn't get stepped on as people are entering the cart, urging you both to enter the cart after taking back your tickets.
Okay. I will go into the ruby room.
Okay. You step into the cart itself, and it is very well appointed. This is a beautifully adorned coach, if you will. It is. It has sort of a deafening quality to it, not only because of the rooms at either side, but it is well appointed with carpeted corridor floors, as well as a fabric-lined overhead material. Very, very well made and very well maintained. You could easily eat off of these floors, although you may piss off some of the staff by doing so. But it gives the impression that this whole operation is very well maintained and very well looked after. Let me get you there. Up here. And this is the little... wrong one. Goblin, one of the assistant
Aw.
conductors that you all got your tickets from.
She's so cute and no nonsense.
She is.
She is, even next to you, she is quite short, Trash. She's probably right at about 2 feet tall.
Okay.
So compared to standing up at Floof, she's essentially almost like completely reaching up like on her tippy toes to grab to his hide armor to get his attention originally. But inside, after you all have your tickets punched, you enter in and you see on the right-hand side of the ticket, various people are watching around Dazes. You notice that people are looking at the tickets, and on the right-hand side of the ticket is a number corresponding to numbers on several of the various compartment doors lined along these coaches. Yours is the number 8. And you all have the number 8 coach ticket. So walking down a little ways, maybe about 2/3 of the way down on the right-hand side, you see your corresponding door. And just to give you a little more of a interpretation, I like to give visual references when I can. This is roughly what you step into. Not the people, but the coach itself. It is a well-appointed group of beds. There are 2 bunk beds, so 4 beds total. Regular size beds with a small table in between. It is cozy is a nice way to put it. It's not a huge cart, but it is extremely comfortable. The sheets are well cleaned and folded nicely as you step in. There are footer chests at the end of each of the bunk beds for you to put your things, your traveling and various baggage in. And anything larger than the trunk, you see a number of the various conductor's assistants walking through, and the staff walking through, asking if anything larger needs to be stored in one of the storage carts towards the front of the tavern. But from what you all are carrying, there's nothing that you would really need to store in that particular location. As you don't, you do see a couple of the individuals getting aboard the train. You saw some of them were brought in via horseback. So those horses were being stabled in the designated storage cart towards the front of the tavern.
Okay.
As well as large traveling trunks and things of that nature that would not be comfortably fit in some of these rooms or didn't want to be stored in these sleeper rooms. But as you sit down to make yourselves comfortable for the moment, looking around at your various appointments, you begin to understand why the cost of these tickets is a bit higher than your typical inn. Not only is this a tavern, but a means of transit from one end of the dynasty to the other, and quite possibly one of the most premier forms of transit from one end of the dynasty to the other. About 10 minutes after you all were brought onto the Ruby coach, one of the staff walks by a human man with kind of dirty blonde hair, wearing a similar outfit to the one Tarmo was wearing, but in that same sort of navy blue, similar to the little goblinoid staff member. And they pop their head in. Getting all comfortable. Do you all have any questions?
Yes. What is the where does this trade go? Like, what is the path that it'll take?
We will head through the heart of the dynasty. We'll make approximately 4 stops. First stopping in Malesh, and then on to Jabal, and then to Far, and finally our final destination is just before the end of the... Sorry, I gotta look. I forgot my notes. Jabril is our final destination, at which point we will make a 180 and turn back around and do it all over again.
And approximately how long will it take to get to Jabril from here?
To Jabril, it's approximately 4.5 days. But your ticket, and they look at your stamp ticket, you'll be getting off into Far, so it'll be approximately 3 days. A little over. Maybe about an hour after we have set off towards our destination, the dining cart will open, as well as the games cart, and any of the other amenities will be available at your leisure. You are permitted to move throughout the locomotive through the Emerald, Ruby, or the Sapphire cars, but unfortunately you are not permitted to head through the Mithril cart, but there is a separate advancement towards the back of the train, towards the observation deck, if you like. And you saw this at the end of the train, is a very open layout car, where normally on a train the caboose would be similar, but this has what you saw in Trash you would have recognized. The observation deck had this beautiful open atrium style with a large telescope at the back for stargazing at night. I actually have that for you all to see as well. Is what you saw at the far end as you essentially, when it turned 180 degrees, as the the whole locomotive was raised and spun, and was set back down on the ground, as the tracks were essentially raised from the ground and turned for it to return the way it came. You can see there's a number of like furniture and a seated telescope at the end of this observation deck at the very end of the locomotive.
Very nice.
I have one last question.
Yes, of course.
Would you like a sandwich?
Thank you, but I've already ate for the day. But if you all find yourself a bit famished, our resident chef is marvelous. She will prepare you anything from our current menu, which will be posted up in the dining cart.
I'll let out a huge burp and say, not hungry.
Okay, well, perhaps some libations then. We have a fabulous bartender on staff. His name is Rivo, and he will be happy to serve you all manner of exotic drinks from across the continent of Irindal.
Thank you. Most appreciated.
Of course,
Thank
of
you.
course. Enjoy your stay, and thank you for joining us on the rail away.
And you watch as he slides the door shut again, proceeds now to the next cart beside y'all's to double check with any of the remaining passengers. But at this point, about maybe 30, 45 minutes after the train first arrived at its platform, you begin to feel the sudden vibration, and you hear again that loud horn, this time much louder as its proximity is much closer to you all. You hear as that horn rises, and you hear off in the distance in one of the other carts, "Everyone all aboard! Onward!" And you hear the voice of Tarmo calling for the tavern to begin its return to the northern destination. And you feel a slow but steady rise in speed and the bit of vibration of the coach as it picks up in speed. And there's a small single hung window behind the desk in the center there that you can raise up, and you can begin to see as the landscape outside you all are facing east on this side of the cart, similar to the way the picture is. You can see off in the distance the high-rised mesas surrounded by the swirling desert winds and clouds of that area on the far eastern edge of the continent. As that landscape begins to move outside as you slowly pick up speed heading north towards your destination. But shortly, I would say about an hour or 30 minutes to an hour after this, once you all have become settled and the train has begun to reach its cruising speed, you hear you look up as a sound echoes, or a voice begins to echo from a crystalline device on the roof of the cart, or roof of your room. A small shard of lunarium is set in a glass orb that begins to glow as that voice, that familiar voice of Tarmo, speaks out once more. "Welcome, passengers, to the Railway Tavern. At this time, we'd like to welcome you all on our trip northward through the Jamil Dynasty.
At this time, we'd also like to let everyone know that the bar cart and the dining cart are open, as well as the observation deck for all passengers. Know that the premium cars of the Platinum and Mithril passengers are exclusive to those ticket holders. If you need any of your stored items at the front of the train, please do not hesitate to ask one of our staff members. We are here to serve. Thank you so much for joining us aboard the Railway Tavern. We hope to see you once again through any of your travel needs in the Dynasty. At this point, you all are on the railway. What would you like to do?
That was a good question.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to crawl into the lower bunk to see if I fit, and if not, I'm gonna say I sleep on the top.
You fit, but your essentially everything from your knees downward are sticking out the side of the bed.
Yeah, I ask.
You're almost 8 feet tall, and these beds are about maybe 5'6" or 6 foot at the very most.
I ask if I could have the top bunk, so I could put my knees up at least.
That seems fine.
Yeah, there are
I
4
don't
beds in
bottom
here,
of
so
the
there is.
rush.
Yeah, there are 4 beds in here total.
I also suggest not sleeping underneath me just in case.
In case of turbulence.
Yes. And if the bed breaks, then I'm gonna kill a party member.
Raj, I turn to you and ask if you have a preference.
I've never had a top bunk before, so I'd like to see what that's like.
All right. Sounds good to me. I'll crawl into the other bottom bunk. The non-dangerous bottom bunk.
I'll pick up trash and set her on the top.
The beds are cushy and comfortable, and the sheets smell of a sort of lavender essential oil used to clean them. It is a very cozy and comfortable experience, despite the mattresses themselves not being overly thick, but they are nonetheless very comfortable and very well made. And everything in here, although this being one of the more affordable carts, is extremely well made and well maintained on top of that.
After laying down for like a minute or two, I'm gonna say I'm not tired.
Okay.
Well,
I don't normally like to put my nose where it doesn't belong. But in the spirit of gathering information, maybe there's a way we could find out if there's anything interesting in the sections that we're not allowed, like the mithril section.
Is that where you'd like to go?
Well, I'm kind of more posing this to the group because it'll involve group subterfuge.
I say yeah. By the way, am I too tall to walk around in this cart, or is it tall enough for me to walk up or walk normally?
You're kind of bending your head down a little bit, but not like a uncomfortable amount. Like you're in certain areas where there's low hanging, like the module, like the one that's on the top of the device that's at the top of your roof. There's a handful of those in the corridor. These rooms are a bit taller than the central corridor, so in those areas you kind of have to duck under those, but you can stand at your full height as you're walking through the corridor mostly.
Okay. Just want to make sure before I was going to do something weird, but that's fine.
I'm also down for group subterfuge.
Okay.
Nice. So
Well,
this
at this point, is that what you all would like to do? Head towards the. You notice from your time boarding that the mithril and platinum carts are towards the back of the tavern, and then heading through from where you all. If you head towards the front of the train, are the just behind the arcane engine itself is the storage cart. Behind that is the game cart. So entertainment cart, if you will. Behind that are, of course, are the bar cart and the dining cart. And then from there it goes ruby, sapphire, emerald, platinum, or mithril, platinum, in that order. So you have about 2 carts in between you and the higher tier carts, if you will. And then behind that is at the very end of the tavern is the observation deck.
But we can freely roam the first 3, right?
Yes, you have free range of everywhere except for essentially moving forward. Unless you ask the staff to go into or something, they don't allow you to go into the storage cart. And then if you don't have a specific ticket for those last 2 carts, you cannot go inside them. There's a separate outer walkway to get to the observation deck for those who are not in the mithril or platinum carts.
Okay.
can we is it possible to go kind of scope out the doors or the entrances that would lead to the mithril and platinum
Sure.
carts, or at least the mithril, because I assume the platinum falls after it, which we wouldn't even be able to see.
Right. You would be able to see. Is that where you're headed?
Would the group like to
Deal? Let's go.
scope it out?
I don't even know what we're doing. I'm just coming with you guys. Floof's just along for the ride.
Oh yeah, let's go take a look.
Okay. You head through the sapphire and emerald carts. Very similar to yours. They have a different color scheme to yours, but essentially very similar. You get the understanding that it is not very much different, just other than the color scheme in these areas. And that the rooms themselves, from what you can just kind of peek in as people are coming and going, they're very much the same. As you head now through this and you walk, each car has an open door that leads to the outside, and then there's a platform in between that's outside the actual enclosed cart, so you're walking out in the open air. So you feel that late afternoon warm air hits you almost like an oven, that dry sensation when you walk. You open an oven door and it that hot air hits you. You get that sensation every time you pass in between the cars. But getting through towards the mithril and platinum carts, just after you exit the emerald car, you come to see there are 2 individuals there. One's human staff member is speaking with let's see, 1 sec. Ooh. Man, I should have highlighted this stuff. Okay, here we go. You see a human staff member speaking with a half-elven staff member, both wearing similar style clothing, but one, you see the way that they carry themselves. The half-elven man carries himself with a very, like, very upright, very haughty. We see the way that their nose rises above horizontal, the tip of the nose, as he speaks and is almost speaking down to the other staff member, the human man, looking down at this individual as they're kind of conversing and discussing a matter for one of the guests of the tavern. And you look as you're heading in that direction, and the are you trying to hide your approach, or are you just heading in that direction?
Are there a lot of other like patrons around? Like, would it look obvious if we were just to kind of casually walk by?
Not currently. There's no other people coming and going through this transfer segment. Right now, it's just the three of you and then the two staff members between you and the door to the mithril cart. You see on the left-hand side, not if you go straight, you head into the cart, and then on the left-hand side, there's a railing that goes on both sides around the outer perimeter of the car, as both like kind of an observation portion of the observation deck, but also a means of circumventing other people, so they don't have to go through or are not permitted to go through the. It's like a railed off segment on the outside of the car itself, going around those two higher tier traveling arrangements.
There, like windows, like if we're on the like outer path to the observation deck, passing like next to the mithril.
Yes, they're similar to the ones that you have in your room. A bit nicer in make, but what you noticed in the carts is the windows themselves don't open to keep any debris from flying into the car as it's moving. It's kind of like the windows of a plane where it has like a shield on it to block the light from coming in. Like it has a curtain, but the windows themselves don't open.
Okay.
They're just there for show and for people to look through, but they're sealed shut, so debris isn't flying into the cart. Does that make sense?
Yep.
You are. Sorry. Go ahead.
Can we see into the cars, or are like the shields down? I guess.
Give me a perception check.
All right. And there we go.
The 16. There are a handful of them that the shields are up. You see into some of the various accommodations. These carts have a pair of larger beds instead of the 4 bunk beds, and they are a bit wider and a bit more spacious, and the amenities of these seem to be quite a bit nicer. Just more roomy and just of a higher tier. It's like the difference between a hotel suite room versus a basic, not that y'all's accommodations are bad in any way, but not that this is of like an intentionally higher tier.
Okay.
You kind of notice as well, there's another window in one of those with that 16. There's unlike your cart that has an intentional corridor that just runs the length and breadth of the cart, with rooms on all sides, essentially flanking it all the way down the cart. There is a common area space in these larger carts that have really nice like chase loungers and leather-backed sofas, and just like a nicer seating area or kind of private dining arrangements for the guests of this particular cart.
Okay.
Can we keep an eye out for? Because I mean, maybe we could try and take some passes from someone leaving the car. Can we keep an eye on somebody to maybe take their cards so we could gain access?
Yeah, you can certainly try. Are you looking for somebody right now?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check.
While Floof is doing that, can I just ask, does it seem like there are 3 people at the door at all times, or have it since like 1 stepped away or 2 stepped away, just to kind of suss out?
From what you've seen, you've now been here for a few minutes. The human staff member has kind of stepped away. They were just there temporarily, but the half-elven man, the kind of hoitier individual, has remained at their post. You're on the essentially the locomotive is moving due north. You're on the south side right now. Or, I'm sorry, the north side of this car. You're facing south right now, heading towards the back of the whole tavern. And you see him facing directly at you all north. Like heading, like his nose is pointing back towards the arcane engine. With that perception check, you notice that there's a number of individuals occasionally walking around out. You also notice somebody coming out through the door behind the half-elven man, heading what it seems like they're heading towards the front of the tavern, towards some of the amenity spaces. So there is traffic through these areas from the guests in this space.
I'll point that out to Floof and Dazes and kind of try and get a beat of what we're willing to do to get into those rooms.
I communicate this to the group as nonchalantly and as quietly as I can, you know, but I have an idea. I think Floof should transform into a super small, like, insect or animal, and do reconnaissance that way, and then come back to us. If we need to run distraction to let you in, me and Dazes could do that, maybe.
Okay.
I nod. I say, okay. I do say that I have to go to the bathroom and someone should come with me so no one has to see me change. Or that's my suggestion.
Sure.
So you're looking for a lavatory?
Yes.
Okay. The closest one that you find is back towards the observation cart. There's a portion that is covered that has a common area lavatory to it. If you would like to use it, it is empty currently.
Right. Yep. I'll go in there. And I'll suggest that Floof, or rather, Trash comes with me and at least carries me back to the that particular cart to get access because I don't want to be outside in between the carts in the form of like a tiny insect.
Okay.
Yep.
What? Describe to me how you wild shape and what you wild shape into.
Okay. I will. I'm trying to think because I want to. I will turn into. I guess I'm trying to think of something more clever than just a spider, but yeah, so an 8-legged little black spider, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, very small.
Okay. Just for the sake of any future roles that may come up for this, there should be a spider stat block if you just search spider on D&D Beyond. Your physical attributes, so your strength, dexterity, and constitution will be that of the spiders. Your mental stats will be your own for wild shape.
Okay.
And that's the case always when you wild shape. You also can't cast spells while you're wild shaping. You can cast them prior to, but you can't cast them while you're wild shaped.
Okay.
Just so you're aware. But yeah, there should be just a straight spider stat block already. So I would use that because if you're asked to make a dex check, you'd use the dex of the spider and not your own.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I'll go into the bathroom. Before I turn into the spider, I'm going to cast. I'm gonna pat Trash on the shoulder and cast Spider Climb on her, just in case she has to climb in through a window or something from the outside.
Okay. I like it. So as you're squeezing into thankfully, Trash, you can, it is a tight fit in this little lavatory space. It is not meant for two people, but thankfully with your amorphous form, you are able to squeeze around Floof. And once you are both in and shut inside this lavatory cart, you watch as Floof just down into this this tiny spidery form that rests upon your shoulder. But prior to that, you felt the warm effect of Floof's hand as he essentially is like his hand is wherever it is at this point in this whole Saturday Night Live bathroom skit. And you feel the effects of the spell just before he transforms into his spidery form and rests upon your shoulder. But you do have spider climb now. And Floof, you are a small spider.
All right. I'll crawl on the wall to eye level so that Trash sees me and picks me up. And I'll wave at her with one of my really tiny little arms.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll pick him up and then I'll meet up with Dazes.
Nice. So at this point, you are on the outer perimeter. On this back side of the observation cart, you notice that while this is going on, this half-elven man has stepped to the back as well, kind of making the rounds around these carts in the process.
That was the man that was by the mithril entrance.
Yes, so now you all, where you're at now...
The observation decks of the platinum.
Yeah, now you're facing back towards the engine on the... You're in the observation deck car, facing back towards the front of the locomotive.
Yeah.
The opposite end, so facing the platinum part. But you can watch, he's just walking around, eyeing the few guests that are outside on the observation deck. It is still quite hot as the sun is beginning to set in this space. It is very late afternoon at this point in time. You can see the orangish glow of the sun beginning to sink over the western sky in the horizon. And you can see as you look east towards the mesas, it is already beginning to develop into this black and purple colored sky.
I can't say or do much of anything to the group.
So the half elven, I guess like guard or staff has started to make rounds. So is there a moment in time where the door is like even for a moment unguarded or doesn't have anybody directly in front of it?
Give me a perception check.
Ooh, that was a nice roll. So 18.
An 18. You watch this half-elven man as he makes his rounds. He initially, once he's reached the edge of the door, essentially the sister door to the one that you all were standing at previously on the opposite side of the mithril cart, he walks by and stands in a similar position, looking back towards the back of the train as a couple guests step out, and he kind of steps out of their way, being very cordial to a couple of individuals, a half-orc man and woman that step out onto the back of the cart. And you also notice with that roll that he's cordial to these guests, but as they kind of turn and they're walking to sit on one of the various loungers in this back area, and I'll pull that picture back up so you can see what I'm referring to. You see in the look of his face this look of disgust as he looks at these individuals. It's very slight, but you see that. You also see as he looks away and kind of eyes these guests that are stepping out onto the observation deck that just as he begins to walk away to the outside of the car again, you watch as the edge of his fingertips pass over the lock of the door, and you see this very faint, ever so faint smattering of light as his hand passes over the lock of the door, as he begins to walk in a counterclockwise, clockwise rotation back towards the door that you first saw him in.
Could I possibly try to, I guess, like, deduce if the whole door is like has magic or some sort of trap or guard up, or just like a lock?
Yeah, give me an investigation or Arcana check. Your choice. I will say that Arcana will be a little bit of a lower, will be a bit of a higher DC, but you will get more information if you're successful.
Okay. I will go with. They're both the same for me in terms of like their bonuses. So
Okay.
I did roll pretty high, so I guess I'll go with Arcana.
Okay.
So that is 23 total.
The 23. You notice and you recognize what this individual cast upon the lock. They cast the spell Arcane Lock upon the door.
Would I know enough of the spell to, like, for example, if I wanted to let Floof go and, like, have Floof try to, like, slide under the door frame or something like that, would I know enough of the spell to know if that would be successful or if they would get stuck with some, like, arcane barrier?
You would know just briefly what you know about the spell, that it's possible, but highly unlikely. Arcane Lock is intended to only allow the caster or those of a very specific criteria pass through.
Okay, I guess I will try to best I can communicate this like in a hushed tone to Dazes and to Floof, who should be able to listen, being perched on my shoulder. Any ideas, Dazes? We could try to have Floof maybe like casually sneak onto like a patron and get it that way, because the patron would be let in, but then it would just be so risky for them to get out. And I don't know if it's that worth it, so I don't want to get us in trouble.
Yeah, that's true. If it is magically sealed, it would be difficult getting out. Or I guess they would have to. Floof would have to wait until the patron leaves to get out.
Yeah, you'd have to go in and out with patrons. I guess I leave it to Floof. Floof, if you're comfortable still doing this, then, you know, I guess wave your hand, your arms in the air like you just don't care. But if you don't want to do this, and I don't want to put you in a dangerous position, then just you know, stay still, and then that'll be our signal, and we'll just go back to our compartment.
I wave my arms.
Okay.
Okay.
How do you want to do this?
Does it look like, because I think, did Floof point out earlier that, again, like a few people were coming in and out of that car? Would we have, like, noticed?
Yeah, you all would have seen that. I mean, you all were there when the two half-orcs came out of the car just a moment ago. And you've all been roughly together when various people have kind of stepped out, either to go to the front of the locomotive to the dining carts or the entertainment cart, or back here to the observation deck.
Okay. We haven't seen any other individuals other than the
You mean staff members?
I mean, maybe staff members, but I guess of the patrons, at least, that those were the only.
Yeah, you would have seen maybe one other, but yeah, not a whole lot as of right now.
Okay. Okay. Well. Maybe I accidentally bump into one of those two, and then one of those half-orcs gains an you know, a little passenger.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a deception check.
Okay. Okay. That was a 20.
A natural 20?
Yeah.
Let's go. All right.
Plus deception, that would be a 24.
24. That natural 20, you effortlessly scoot by your amoeboid form, just ever so graze the outside of the female half-orc's evening gown as you watch Floof Spider effortlessly climb onto the waist portion of the evening gown.
Well, that was the easy part.
Yep. Well,
Are those the half-orcs on their way into their carts now, or?
They were just exiting when this whole, maybe about 10 minutes before this whole deceitful bump occurs.
Okay.
yeah, so we'll I guess hang back and
Okay.
as casually as we can, watch over Floof without looking like we're stalking these
Okay.
individuals.
Give me... with that, I'll say Dazes and Trash, while you're watching this and trying to be covert about it, I will give you advantage on each of you. Give me a deception check with advantage due to that natural 20.
Okay. I need that advantage.
Oh, me too.
I definitely needed that advantage.
Mine's a little lower. Mine's 14, even with the advantage.
A 14. Did yours go through, Dazes?
Yes. Well, I think it did. I got a 19. Oh, but it did not show up in roll.
It didn't.
20.
Yeah, it didn't go through to roll 20, but I did see it on
D&D
the...
Beyond.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You
Okay.
can type it out if you want.
No, you're good.
Okay.
You sit and watch for about 30 or so minutes as this half-orc couple sits and talks, and you overhear them talking about the recent economic conditions and the trade affairs that these recent incursions are causing between the upper and lower half of the dynasty, and the exchange of various raw materials across the dynasty from north to south, and that you see occasionally the male half-orc point towards the mesas, saying that only savages would live in those segments of the world, and given is anybody proficient in history?
Yes, I am.
Trash, you would know that with that history proficiency that it's kind of like the pot calling the kettle black for them to say that when their ancestry is just a bit further north of the dynasty, where the largest populations of goblinoid and orcish communities are, and that even stepping into territories of some of the orcish tribes foolishly could end up costing you your life. So it's very much like the pot calling the kettle black.
Right.
Considering their ancestry, but you can see there's kind of this elitist mentality in this conversation. But you sit and listen to this for probably a good 30-40 minutes now, before the two individuals seem to step up, and it sounds like they're heading towards the dining cart now for the evening dinner service. Floof, I believe your wild shape is for an hour?
Let me double check the spell.
I believe Wild Shape is an hour, but
Here. Sounds read. Let's see duration somewhere. Use twice. Your druid level determines a beast. Nope. You stay in the beast shape for a number of hours equal to half your druid level rounded down. So it'll be 2 hours.
okay, cool. 2 hours. Sorry, I muted my mic for a sec.
That's okay.
So you still have a bit of time. I just wanted to double check. You, Trash, and Dazes watch as these two individuals begin to head back into the cart. The portion you see on screen right now that segment is part of the observation deck. There's a small covered section of like an enclosed portion of the observation deck cart, and then from there, inside you see that there's that door that the half-elven man cast arcane lock on inside. So it's kind of deceiving per the picture, because there's that interior portion as well. But you watch as they head back through that interior door, back into the platinum cart. But as they were heading into the enclosed portion, there is a gust of wind. Floof, give me a dexterity saving throw to see if you can hold on to the onto this woman's nightgown using the spider.
Oh. So
I
yeah,
did
about that.
dexterity.
I tried to search for spider and like the beast list and like the
Right. I can think I can find it.
couldn't find it.
Hold on one sec.
I even looked in like the Dungeon Master handbook to try and find something, but I couldn't.
Yeah, I'll find it. Here we go. Spider. Dexterity is a +2. So you would roll a d20 and add +2. And I think oh, you have without needing oh, well, this is saving throw. I'm sorry. As I say, without, yeah. Because spider climb is just under normal circumstances. But yeah, go ahead and give me... I'll say with the spider climb, you have advantage on the roll. So roll with advantage, a d20, and add +2.
Okay, that happens to be the same as my dex. So I'll
Okay,
just
so
roll that.
yeah, just roll your normal dex with advantage. Or dex
That's
save,
good.
I should say.
Oh!
With a 9. You feel an intense... That's with advantage?
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's advantage.
Dang.
You feel a strong gust of wind, and Dazes and Trash, you watch this as you struggle to hold on to the nightgown, but suddenly the pincer-like appendages of your spidery form give way as you are flung from this woman's nightgown, and you are immediately caught in this gust of wind. And Dazes and Trash, you watch this as the spider is pushed almost like towards the edge of the railing as they are being flung from the cart. What are you all doing?
We see this as it's happening.
Yes, you're watching this as you watch the little tiny spider Floof being flung from the dress by this gust of wind.
Can I?
Almost being drug off the train.
Can I? All right, this is gonna be wild. Can I attempt to, I guess, how do I phrase it? Like catch and reattach like Floof spider to the orcs? I mean, I don't know if is the door closed like already.
I mean, they're walking through it right now. Not to say that it's not possible, but it would be... You can certainly try.
Okay, well, I definitely want to at least...
So first you're trying to
Attempt to
catch...
catch.
Yeah, you're trying to catch. Okay. Give me... Ooh. Give me a sleight of... Well... Give me an acrobatics check first and foremost. See if you
Okay.
can... Yeah, that seems appropriate for this. So give me an acrobatics check. The 19. With ease, you basically... like somersault yourself over, reaching out your palmed hand, trying not to crush Floof in the process, this tiny spider, knowing that if you grip down on them, you would most certainly crush this tiny creature. But you are able to cup your hand and grab them as the gust of wind nearly flings them from the back car and off into the night air. But you do have Floof in the palm of your hand. What would you like to do?
Is the door still open?
Just barely.
I don't know if this is worth it. I'm not trying to get Floof crushed in between a door and a door jam.
You can certainly try.
Is there a way for me to try with 0 danger to Floof?
No, there's definitely danger involved because
Okay.
you could either fling him and get, this is a very light, essentially object in this case. It's not like a super, like weighted projectile. Yeah, you're trying to fling a small insect in a heavy wind, essentially. You're basically pissing in the wind right now.
Yeah. There's still guards in front of the door as well, like as it's closing?
No. You watch as these individuals who are allotted the freedoms of moving in to and from this don't seem to be affected by the arcane lock. But that Trash had mentioned to you, the arcane lock, but that doesn't mean that it won't re-engage the moment it's closed.
Well, in that case, can I, instead of attempting to throw Floof through it, can I just attempt to, like, very slightly, like, put like a my toes in between it while I, like, more like place him through it?
Yes.
Like, instead of endangering Floof, just, put my
Try to
foot
stop
in
it with your
the
foot, basically, yeah.
Something like that.
Jam your foot in the door.
Yep.
Yeah, you can certainly try. Are you trying to be covert about this? Because,
Yes.
okay, this is gonna be a very high DC. Because you're trying to not only you're gonna require 2 DCs or 2
Actually-
rolls here. Because not only do you have to try to stick your foot in the door, but then you got to be sneaky about it.
Can I attempt to accidentally fall through the door?
Fall through the. It's still gonna be 2 rolls, and it's still gonna be tough.
Okay.
So go ahead and give me one more acrobatics check.
All right. Oh well, that's
With a 26, yes, you are able to make it just as it starts to
Holy.
close. Go ahead and give me a deception check with advantage.
deception check with advantage. All right.
This is also a high DC, but you do have advantage.
Okay. All right, that was not good.
That's with advantage?
That is with advantage.
Oh, the
It's at
perception? It meant deception, I'm sorry.
advantage. Oh,
Deception. Like you're trying to deceive. So, yeah, you have it's a +6, so -6, whatever your deception is.
yeah. So I mean, it's so yeah, 6.
It's still 6 for deception.
No, it's +0, so it's
+0.
12.
So it's a
minus
6.
So 6, yeah. It's
You
even worse.
you stunningly make it to the door, but as you're doing this, you absolutely flounder the landing. And you manage to get your hand in the door, but as this is going on, the loud thud as you fall against this door and manage to get your foot in the door, is painfully obvious what you were doing. As the two half-orcs stare daggers into you and look and say, "Look, darling, this commoner is trying to sneak into the expensive carts." "I'm afraid not, sir." And you watch as he stomps his heel into yours to kick your foot back through the door. And you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage to your ankle as he kicks your foot back through the door and the arcane lock re-engages.
Pain.
It was a nice try. It was a very nice try. I thought you were gonna succeed there for a sec, but yeah, the DC on that second one was an 18.
Yeah.
Cause they have. Yeah, you're essentially trying to make it look like you're not sticking your foot in the door right behind two people.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, you fall and have your foot basically kicked back out through the door before you are able to get your companion into the high roller carts, essentially.
Oh, so close.
But an excellent attempt. I will give you that. I will give you inspiration for that attempt.
I will take that.
But is there anything else you all would like to do? Unfortunately, it is all but a tiny bit of light has faded at this point as the arcane candles have begun to light, basically lunarium-filled lanterns along the edge and various magical torches that burn indefinitely at certain times of the day.
Well, after getting my ankle stomped done, I need a drink.
Yep, to the bar to lick our wounds.
Very well, very well.
Oh, I guess we can stop at the bathroom real quick so that Floof can not be a spider anymore.
Sure. You set Spider Floof down in front of the bathroom door. And as you're doing this, you watch as he clambers through the door, and then all of a sudden you hear... as a small halfling woman screams and begins running out of the bathroom door.
Should have checked vacancy first.
Always got to check if it's it. Always got to check if the someone's engaged. But you are left to your own devices as the little halfling screams and runs out.
I walk out, paying no mind to the halfling that I probably traumatized for life.
So you drop your wild shape and emerge as Floof the giant, or the half giant. Very nice.
I say that didn't work.
Well, unsuccessfully trying to enter the high roller carts, you all lick your wounds by heading to the bar cart towards the front of the locomotive. As you enter, you are greeted with this very spacious and opulent space, and you see at one end of the cart is actually a raised stage, a performance platform, if you will. And then there's a large L-shaped bar with this beautifully polished live edge oak top. Behind the bar, you see this half-elven man wearing a stylish silver and black and white vest. But something is a bit odd about this individual. They have all the standard features of half-elves. The short, sort of knife-eared, sharpened ears, but not quite as long as a full-blooded elf. and the slender cut features of elven kind, but you notice that their hair has this flame-like quality to it. And as you get closer and step towards the bar, there's a soft warmth to it as well. It's not like the any type of locks you've ever seen or heard of, even as you approach the bar, and you can literally feel the warmth coming off of their person as you begin to approach that part of the car, kind of looking over the amenities. There's quite a few people beginning to gather in here. A few have already ordered drinks and sat down at the various tables. You hear a soft music playing from an arcane music box at the front of the stage, preparing for what looks like the live portion of the night's entertainment. But let me go ahead and give you a visual of the individual I'm speaking of. Who you were explained about from one of the staff members that had greeted you previously. This individual you believe to be the bartender Rivo, based on what you were told previously.
Red.
And Rival is that's the Elvish man?
Yes, this is the elvish man with flame-like locks coming off of his scalp. Let me go ahead and added that to your... You should be able to see them now.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see, they're wearing they are a very handsome individual. Very handsome half-elven young man. But something about their hair is definitely otherworldly and atypical by not only half-elven standards, but just humanoid in general. And as you enter the bar, what would you like to do?
I'm going to order a drink.
Okay. You step up to the bar. Behind the bar, you see a menu posted. I'll go ahead and pull that up for you all. For the libations, the railway cocktail menu.
Hmm.
Oh.
As you approach, the young elven man looks to your group. Welcome, travelers. What can I get you?
I'll just say 3 tasty drinks, please. And I looked at Aziz for approval at my great manners.
I nod.
Right. Here to elaborate on what kind of drinks you wanted?
Tasty.
Well, all my drinks are tasty, friend. You have a preference for flavor?
Tasty?
Right. Why don't I suggest the... You seem like a big burly dude. Let me get you... we'll start you with the steam engine. How does that sound? That's always a good way to start a night for a big guy like you.
Okay.
All right. He begins to mix up this mixture of carbonated soda soda water, as well as a number of various herbs and liqueurs. And then he adds what you can see is a very clear, but as soon as he uncorks it, a very strong, like high proof alcohol that he tops it with. And then just before he serves it to you, he spins it over and slams it down, causing it to bubble and fizz, almost like the steam off the engine as it is accelerating at the front of the tavern, and then presents it to you. Give that a try. That'll be 3 go, by the way.
I give him the 3 gold. Okay, I will take a sip of it and spit it out because I'm surprised that it's hot. A hot beverage. Because it says served hot in a rounded glass.
Yeah. You watch as he narrows his gaze upon you, Floof, almost staring daggers into you. Not to your liking, friend? And as he's saying this, you feel the heat on of his hair begin to intensify from behind the bar.
I don't like hot drinks.
Right. Perhaps you might want to let your mates order for you.
I look down in shame because I can't do this.
Do you all like something? As he looks towards you, Dazes, and Trash.
Sorry, I missed what was the drink that,
I got the steam engine.
Steam engine.
the steam engine, okay.
I will order the bugbear.
Okay.
One for Dazes and also one for Floof.
2
And
bugbears coming up. What else?
I'll ask if Trash also would like one.
Sure, yeah. I'll try that one.
All right, 3 bugbears coming up. Thought I headed this one down, friend. As he looks over to you, Floof. You feel the heat kind of subside a little bit as he mixes up the drinks this time around. Quite a splash of different things. It's a sweeter combination this time, kind of akin to like a sweetened old-fashioned, as he pushes the drinks to the 3 of you.
I drink it and find it quite tasty.
You feel a bit of intensity as you take the drink, almost as if the heat of the bartender is translated into your into you slightly. You get that kind of intensity, but it subsides pretty quickly.
Okay. Yeah, I like it.
All right. As you sit down with your new drinks this time around, give me 1 sec here. You sit down in... Oh, it didn't display. My bad. Hold on 1 sec. There we go. Give you kind of an overhead view of the bar cart here. Yo. Come on. Hold on one sec. Is that the one? Okay, yeah, that's it. That pop up? Okay, yeah, it did pop up for y'all. It's at the bottom. If you're not seeing it, okay. That's essentially the overhead view of the car you're standing in.
Nice.
And then the stage will be over to the left-hand side.
Okay.
Rivo's essentially standing over here behind the bar. You guys can drag your tokens on there if you want to. It's not 100% necessary. But just to give you an idea of spatial awareness.
Okay.
But as you all sit down to have a drink and kind of nurse your failure in sneaking into some of the high roller carts, you look around and observe through some of the various windows as you pass through the deepened desert of the space, the mesas on the eastern side. Still here, bitch!
Oops.
I need to turn off my my alerts when we're streaming D&D. Anyway, need to remember to do that. I'm really dumb for not. But yes, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Eastern side, you see the high-rising mesas in the distant, darkened landscape view, the far-stretching oceans beyond that, far beyond out of sight, and to the west you see various towns, smaller settlements along the Jamila River, and then well beyond that, on the opposite side of the river, you see the wide rolling dunes of the Feedy Dunes, quite possibly one of the most dangerous places in or upon the continent of Irindal. Those unprepared for the waste either succumb to the intense heat of nature, and if that isn't enough, the massive purple worms that roam the sands, devouring anything foolish enough to trespass on their territory. But it is also the primary location for harvesting lunarium, the raw arcane substance that has made the Jamila dynasty obscenely wealthy. But what would you all like to do?
I'm just gonna sit down and at a table and enjoy my beverage.
It has a bit of a bitter aftertaste, but it is mostly sweet with hints of citrus as well as a bit of spice thrown to the top of it.
I guess we can move to the table.
Yeah.
Did it look like the show is about to start soon?
Yes, you begin to see people gathering to the left-hand side. One well-dressed young woman in particular, a full elven woman, one of the few full elves that you've seen, in fact, with fine features, a beautiful porcelain complexion, wearing a beautiful evening cocktail gown or cocktail dress with a feathered adorning headpiece in unison with this outfit, is stepping forward towards what looks like a floor-mounted staff of sorts with a metallic ball head on the end of it that has a small glowing a series of arcane runes on it. And as she steps towards it, you hear her sultry voice beginning to be amplified by this device as she looks out onto the crowd. And this is the individual that you see. Just a moment here. She is wearing a necklace of pearls as well as a beautiful amethyst jewel around her neck and a choker with an adorning stone of sorts in the center, and various earrings along her long elven stretched ears, in addition to a ruby red lipstick that stands out against the facial features, kind of pronouncing her lips as she begins to softly begin to harmonize with the music in this this amplification device in front of her. Just a moment. As you sit and watch and listen, it is a beautiful, sultry melody that spills from her lips. Does anybody speak Elvish?
I do.
You would recognize this song is that of it is a pretty old Elvish love song with a bit of a jazzier twist that begins to pick up through the second half of the or the second chorus, and suddenly transitions into another song almost seamlessly into a song about unrequited love as well as unfaithfulness, that kind of results in a bitter spin to an otherwise beautiful start to the song, but they bring it back into a very like toe-tappy, catchy, basically a series of lyrics that kind of amount to "I don't need you, go pound sand." in general, you're not as well versed in the performing arts, Floof, but you do understand the words that this song and the general gist of the lyrics for what they are. For Trash and Dazes, it is a beautiful melody that then transitions into a very upbeat kind of almost like a Stayin' Alive type transition from a kind of a mid-turn of the century 1920s early speakeasy vibe that kind of gets the night moving quickly as people are kind of energized, despite the lyrics being kind of contradictory to the tone of the melody. But otherwise, the overall performance is fantastic. Well beyond anything that you would see in many, many taverns or any type of organized shows in some of the major cities. Definitely a gem among any part of this continent. Meanwhile, you I would say the show goes on for about an hour to an hour and a half. And after that point, you notice that the car or the tavern and the locomotive is beginning to slow as you all have reached one of the early stops, one of the mid stops between the primary stops, a small fiefdom here along the Jamila River, but still a designated platform as the whole locomotive comes to a complete halt. And from where you all are sitting, you see a number of very well-appointed individuals beginning to board the train. And you can hear them on the platform from where you all are sitting by the window. There are a number of individuals. There's a human man, a very I wouldn't say like no, I think obese is a good way of putting it. He's very very muscular, but that muscle structure is very much covered by years of inactivity at this point. What's up?
Dad bod.
It's way beyond dad bod. This individual's beyond, like, rotund would be a nice way of putting it. But you can tell there's a strength there behind the frame. Like, this isn't an individual that's like Jabba the Hutt fat, but they're definitely, like, they were stronger in their past endeavors, but they let themselves go pretty spectacularly. But they still have that muscular frame below it. It's hard to describe. But they are balding on top. They have a very greasy, waxed, kind of Merovingian goatee and mustache combination. And they are accompanied by a very beautiful young half-elven woman, in similar garb, and with your perception, Dazes, your passive perception, you notice that both of these individuals are wearing wedding bands on their ring fingers. So they are together, and they are accompanied. You can see that the man or the husband is shouting about something, and he seems very, very irate as they are moving large trunks onto the storage cart. And the small individual moving one of the trunks is another goblinoid that is wearing not necessarily rags, but not much more than that. They you can see that there's as they struggle to move this large chest that has a lot of loose things in it up this ramp, and finally getting assistance from one of the staff members. You hear through the glass,
Damned goblin. I swear, you're such a worthless. Just absolutely. Goodness gracious. Ugh! Hurry up already. I am absolutely dying in this heat.
And with your passive perception, Dazes, you also notice there's a very unassuming woman with dark black hair accompanying them as well, wearing very modest clothing, like a gray pair of trousers and like a grayish, brownish leather armor accompanying them. But were you not more perceptive, you would mistake this person entirely for even being there. They are that unassuming, but they are accompanied by that fourth individual that you see. And as the little goblinoid manages to just barely push this large chest that has easily doubled their size up this ramp into the storage cart, you, along with the staff that are escorting a pair of horses into the storage area as well, and getting them situated in one of the makeshift stable sections of this storage cart, you watch as that same goblinoid staff member that you all had encounters with previously is out there punching tickets. And Trash and Floof, you would not catch this. Dazes, where you're sitting and then your high passive perception, you clock that. Or wait, you have 16 as well, Floof, don't you? Passive?
On perception?
Yes.
Yeah.
You do. Okay, so you would catch this as well from where you're sitting. You see there is a strong sign of recognition from the staff member goblin to the one that is entering with this group of wealthy nobles. Like a strong... It's only for a brief moment, but you see a strong, like, shocking recognition in their eyes before they immediately return back to their duties as aboard the railway.
And this was in relation to this specific group of people?
Yes, specifically to the other goblin.
Oh, okay.
And as you all are sitting in the dining car, it's about maybe 10 minutes before you hear this same boisterous man, and now you get a much better look at this man as well as presumably his wife, accompanied on to the that basically barrel their way into this this bar cart and sit in front of the bar. I don't have art for them, unfortunately, but they are wearing extremely nice clothing. Like the fabrics alone would be enough to feed a family, a normal sized family, for at least 3 months. Like just the raw fabrics, much less the exquisite way that they're tailored to these two individuals. And that's just their clothing. That's not even the jewelry accompanying all that. That they are very finely, almost obsessively well-appointed individuals. And as they enter the cart and sit down, you hear another voice call out to them, a voice that was already here in the cart, an individual that was sitting closer to the front of the stage, a much thinner man, but also well-dressed, maybe not quite as much as this very large man, but well-dressed. He has a very finely trimmed beard that is well groomed, as well as his dark black hair is slicked back towards the back of his head, and he waves and calls out to these two opulent-looking nobles. Lord Gorman! It has been such time! Welcome! It is amazing to see you! You hear this man call out to the ones that are just entering from the platform as they entered the bar cart. I'm sorry, Gamon. Gamon is the name, not Gorman. I mispronounced that. Yeah, you see him call out to the individual entering the cart. So it will be from behind where you are sitting. Dazes is where they're entering from, and the individual that is calling out is sitting behind you, Trash. As he stands up, and there's this strong sense of recognition for these two essentially noble-looking individuals getting aboard the train. Give me from where you're sitting right now, Trash. Give me an insight check,
Okay.
just because of where your position is.
It's just 10.
The 10. There's definitely a sense of recognition from this large nobleman that just entered, the one that the other had called out to as Lord Gamon. But that's all you really clock in that quick instance, is that sense of recognition. But again, this other individual standing behind you, or getting up from the chair behind you, Trash, over here, this last lounger, you hear him call again. Come, Loco-motion. It's great to see you again. Please, I insist, please. You and your beautiful wife, please, you must have dinner with me. And now you see it for what you sense a tiny bit of reservation, Trash, from where as they get closer. But they do all sit at this table behind you, and Dazes, now you and Floof can now see all three of them sitting down. You also clock over here on one of these, this sofa, the human woman, the one that was in very plain clothing and the leather armor, is sitting across from them, and then standing, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. Behind the wife is the small goblinoid individual. And there's a few greetings exchanged and smiles, particularly from the one doing the greeting. But the three of them sit down as finally you hear the larger nobleman speak again. There's been such much time. There's been much time, Lord Almanor. I have not seen you in many years, not since our prior business dealings. Yes, sir. It's been quite some time. Quite some time. I would love to talk business with you, but first, a few drinks, of course, as he waves towards the bartender, ordering, requesting 3 glasses and a very fine bottle of wine from the bartender. Just as the elven woman begins to continue her performance, you start to hear the music and the singing begin once more. While this is going on, what all are you all doing?
I'm staring at the flaming head of the bartender.
Are you doing this conspicuously, or are you trying to hide it, or are you just staring?
I'm just staring at him.
It takes a few minutes as the bartender is quite busy, but once he's delivered the wine over to the table of the two noblemen, he clocks you're staring at him. Can I get you another drink, friend? Perhaps one you won't spit up this time?
I ask, why is your head on fire?
A good story. Maybe I'll tell you later when I feel like it. As he walks away and steps back towards the bar.
I turn back to Dazes and Trash and say, that guy's rude.
Just a little bit.
Trash and Dazes, what are you doing while this is going on?
I think, how long has it been since we've been, like an hour and a half, something like that?
Yeah, about an hour and a half, going on 2 hours.
Order another round of drinks.
Okay. It'll be about 5 gold for all the drinks for everyone. And you see as you call for another round of drinks, the general jovialness of the bartender returns, and you feel that kind of intense heat diminish significantly as you order another round of drinks for your table. As this is going on, Floof and Dazes, you begin to overhear some of the conversation from the table behind you. And Trash, you clock a handful as well. But
Yeah,
just
I was just gonna say, like, while this was all happening, I guess I just kind of keep my ears open as best as I can and just kind of.
okay. All right, you're
Take in
actively
anything.
listening.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, give me if you're actively listening, give me a perception check.
Okay. Perception. I don't get anything. So, it's 13.
13. You'd kind of overhear about the same as both Floof and Dazes. You hear just jovial exchanges. A lot of the talking is being done by the man that was already aboard the tavern before the newer batch of nobles arrived. And you hear him talking about business dealings in between various news of the world, and then going back to propositions for business. And all the while, you kind of hear the larger nobleman. I am not interested, Lord Almanor. I am not today. And you can kind of sense there's a tinge of annoyance from the one Lord Almanor as he is repeatedly kind of pushed away at these propositions for repeat business. While this is going on, Dazes, your direction, you notice just at the corner of the bar, you notice a small navy blue hat kind of poke out from the corner of that bar as you notice the little goblinoid staff member poking her head out, staring over at the other that's standing behind the chair. And at this point, you definitely see there's a sign of recognition, like a strong sign of recognition of this other goblin, before they pop back in and you watch them disappear.
Okay. like you said, one's at the corner of the bar.
Yeah, like
That
right
was
over
like-
here to the end of the bar.
Yeah.
They ducked back under the bar. You can't tell whether or not the bartender noticed, or if they did notice and just didn't say anything.
Okay, and then the other one was in like the chair up, above their table.
Yeah, the female, like the human woman in the leather armor, is sitting on the sofa behind everyone, kind of staying out of any type of conversation, completely silent. And then the kind of ragged looking goblin that arrived with them is just standing behind the wife over here in this right hand side chair.
Okay, yeah.
Pretty much dead line of sight to you.
Okay. All right.
At this point in time, the entertainment continues. There's a more jovial attitude through the entire bar cart as more people come in for the second half of the show, and it is quite lighthearted overall. As people begin to loosen up with more drinks, you hear the clang of coin. You hear people clapping and cheering as the beautiful elven woman sings to the audience. A mixture of love songs, upbeat dance numbers, and things of that nature, in a combination of Elvish, Common, even a little bit of Undercommon tossed in there for good measure, as well as various different languages for this individual. And at one point, the conductor, the one that you met and led you to the railway, Tarmo makes an appearance and gives a rousing welcome to everyone aboard the railway. And while this is going on, you begin to hear a very subtle, like, tapping on the roof of the car. Like the very, like an unpadded, like, tapping of wood or some sort of hard object on the metal roof of the car. And with the music going on, it's almost imperceptible, and it kind of vanishes in between. But Floof and Dazes, you would catch this just ever so quietly. And at first, it just sounds like maybe rocks or something, or maybe a flight of birds had nested on and was crawling across the roof. But it suddenly starts to get louder as it moves across the roof. And then suddenly, if you recall the little devices that were all across the ceiling in your cabin, as well as in the corridors, you look up as all of a sudden they start to glow, and you hear this shrill alarm begin to go off through the entire bar cart. And the music immediately, as the record stops, and now you hear this ear-piercing scream from the opposite end of the locomotive, towards the back of the locomotive. And at this point, everyone stops, and the staff kind of look about, and Tarmo, the conductor, at this point looks to everyone in the car and says,
Everyone, wait here! Wait here! Do not leave this car! Do not go outside!
and then you hear another voice, a voice none of you recognize, a very gristled, stern voice come over that same sort of intercom system.
Passengers, stay inside! Stay inside!
You hear,
Stay inside! Stay inside!
but you still hear that. Now it's gone from like a light tapping to a full-blown all across the roof of some of these cars, followed by another blood-curdling female scream from the back of the train. And you feel a sudden as the train comes to a very abrupt stop. As abrupt as a train can have it without causing a dangerous situation. It's a tense few minutes of silence as everyone is listening now to what's going on and has very little idea of what's going on before Tarmo comes back over the intercom.
All staff of the railway, please escort all guests to their rooms for the time being. We have a bone collector incursion. I repeat, we have a bone collector incursion. Please see that all guests are safely in their rooms.
Does that mean anything to us immediately?
Give me a nature or arcana check.
I'm guessing we all do it, or
Yeah, you're all welcome to
okay.
roll it. With nature of 13, you don't really recall. Dazes, you would know what this is, and Trash, you absolutely would know what this is. These are creatures of this portion of the continent. They are recently deceased creatures that have returned essentially like when large masses of wildlife die in a particular location in this in this region in close proximity to high concentrations of naturally dense arcane material, they sometimes reform as entities known as bone collectors. These oftentimes they are associated with large animals of burden that die in the deep desert. So oftentimes you see them as these sheep or cow-like creatures that have very little remains of flesh upon them that are essentially just undead skeletal creatures that roam this region of Irindal out in the open deserts between the mesas and the deserts. And they are known as bone collectors because they feed on the energies and bone marrow of anything that they are able to subdue and capture.
Okay.
It is they will eat anything, but they prefer to kill their prey and specifically harvest the bones and the marrow.
I will have, just for the sake of, I will ask them what that is, or what a bone collector is, and assume that they explained it to me. I'll say that's scary.
And you, per this exchange, now you would know these are definitely something to. Individually, they are not overtly dangerous, but they generally operate in packs. And that's when they become far more dangerous. But with that, I think that is a good stopping point for right now, as we are creeping up on well over 4 hours of our session here. So next time we'll see where this little encounter leads us.
Okay.